Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fate After Dark. I can call it that, right? Since it's not really like Fate of Ukodor episode. See, Colin's doing this, but I'm scared.
Colin!
I'm so scared
wait.
it's real.
I think
I know, because this time it could be real.
Oh, it was real!
What?
It was real! It was frozen! I was
That
like...
is the longest you've ever held it.
Okay, welcome to Fate After Dark.
Oh,
this
there it goes
is
again.
our Q&A
My
special.
internet's real bad tonight, guys. Real bad. Real bad.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh no, what's happening? We're good? I feel like he keeps freezing! Okay, you're... it's like, oh. Anyways, here on the Fable 42, where we build community through friendship, gaming, and obviously chaos. That's what you should expect by now. If you're not expecting it, I don't know what to tell you. This is not an episode, but it is a chance for us to do some question and answers, a recap, because as of last week, we are on episode 10, going into episode 11 next week. So we're out here. We've been here for a second. So if you've missed a few episodes, or you kind of want to ask some questions of some of the crazy stuff that's been happening, tonight is your night. And going around, before we do some announcements, we got ourselves Kate. Ooh, I pointed in the right direction.
Hey, look at you. It's the opposite direction for me.
Yes, that's why I was like, if I don't point at her, I'm pointing at her. Kate, do you want to tell them where they can find you, since we don't normally get to do that in any aspect of the game, out of character wise?
I like how you start with the person who's like stuffing their face.
I'm just going in the order of the window.
You know what? I'll just get it. Oh, no.
Oh, coming back to Kate.
I'll just do it. Get it up. And then I can eat more. Anyway, I'm Kate. I play Naseya, the half-elf barbarian. And I'm also the half-elf barbarian on Instagram. So if you like my antics here, or if you're from my Instagram, tell me, because I was trying real hard to get y'all to come and watch me do this shit. So, hi. What else? I work out. I'm getting a PhD.
I work out.
Nice.
In medieval literature.
Nice. I feel like
that's like the
that's
last thing I tell everybody.
After everything else. Colin, before you freeze to death. Is he frozen right now? Are you fucking good?
Yes, I'm gonna go because I think you're saying I can go. So I'm sorry if it's not go.
Okay.
I am Colin, Dr. Colin, to some people. I go by Family Fantasy RPG.
No!
That's my kids. Is it real bad? Is it real bad?
You said I go by, and then it was like boop.
I go by
Boop.
Dr. Collins sometimes.
Go by Papa Brolin.
Ooh.
He does go by Papa
I'll try.
Brolin.
Let's go, Papa Brolin. Blah blah blah. Family Fantasy RPG. Yeah, kids game. D&D for kids.
Daddy D.
Kids. I also work with Wildspire Miniature Campaign somewhere at some time soon. That's it.
Jacob.
Oh.
Has anyone seen Jacob?
Oh my god, Jacob. He's here. It's
Oh my god! Oh my god! You went all out!
I just got a around. Yes, he does. Oh no, the green's blending in through and leaves.
No!
Oh, there's green leaves.
Hold
Okay.
him right here. Hold him in front of you. Oh no!
It's like hair leaves.
It looks like extra eyes.
It's like his glasses, okay? And I drew the best Pikachu I've ever drawn in my life.
That is amazing. Oh my god.
Ashley, this is the internet.
We need to clip the shit out of this. Salty? Clip the fuck out of this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Jacob is visiting me, and we're just hanging out.
Austin's like, why are they laughing? He
Oh
looks
my
normal to me.
Oh my god.
This is how you always look, right? Yeah, totally.
There you go.
How he sounds too.
Now say a little bit about yourself. Where you from?
Oh.
Yeah, my name's Jacob. I'm from the trash, and I love eating trash.
Oh my god, he's Frank.
Oh my god, that's so crazy! I didn't know that about you, buddy.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
He's sexy.
This is amazing.
I'm
We're,
Oh.
we're off to a great start. I don't know how this is gonna go. This is my favorite show.
literally I'm so confident. This is the best thing I've ever made in my life.
This is like.
This is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. So
Oh man. I told
Jacob, I'm so glad you're
Instagram
here.
that there was going to be a special appearance, but I myself was not even prepared for anything. That
that was a special appearance. I thought you got some poor schmuck to come and hang out with.
Oh no.
No, he should have tempered your expectations. for this.
Oh my god.
Have you not seen?
I'm gotta say, I love it.
Oh my gosh.
That is some master craftsmanship.
I'm so glad you were able to visit, buddy.
And it's the leaves for me, I gotta say.
It's the fact that they're blending into my green screen.
The fact that didn't register when you're like making it, even better.
That's amazing. I fucking
Even
love
better.
that.
I'm just really, I drew this from memory.
That
you
Pikachu.
guys.
Look at his tail. It looks like a fucking French fry.
Yeah, it's one of those
Crinkle.
thick boys.
Can we, someone in product development or merchandising, can we make these as
Crinkle
actual
fry.
shirts?
Crinkle fry tail.
we need to get one for Jacob.
Oh
We
yes,
need to go-
we need to get one that
Like
has
he
it
should
on
be
there.
the only
And
one with
yeah.
that shirt.
This actual shirt.
Only
Oh my
one person has
God.
ever brought this, and it was Jacob.
Let me know where to send the art file, and you got it.
Holy shit.
I
That is
Oh
was
my
so funny.
gosh, I can't.
This is
Ashley,
this is
do
gonna
you
be a
want to tell
total
them
train
where?
wreck, man.
Yeah, Jacob, if you could give me the spotlight for a moment. Hello.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my name is Ashley Making. I am obviously a very good actor and writer, and I do a bunch of stuff. But you can find me around the internet.
Obviously.
You can find me around the internet at Ashley Making. It's Ashley Making, but without the A. It's more of a visual joke than a verbal one. You'll see my name in the chat. But I'm on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch. You'll find me. I'm there.
Nice.
Well done. Thank you.
Oh.
Don't at her, bro.
We're gonna go into some announcements.
Oh boy.
So YouTube, if you're unfortunate enough to not watch us tonight, you can catch us on YouTube. And that would be, so our formula got messed up last week because we ended up on YouTube like Tuesday or something rather than Wednesday. So sometime early next week, this lovely episode will air on YouTube.
Oh my god. This is forever.
Yes, it's in the internet now. When you have kids
This is
and they look up
everything we
what
do
you've done, you could be like, this is what you should be proud of.
Oh my
like,
god.
this is me at my prime.
I'm never gonna have kids, but I think my friends' kids will very much enjoy this.
Auntie Kate's so hilarious.
Auntie Kate gives me liquor. No, I'm just kidding. No, we don't
No.
do that.
We do not condone wasting alcohol.
Just fun.
But yes, YouTube, we are a thing. If you do not know, go to Fable42, find us. We have all of our shows from Fate of Ukodor, as well as Duke City Chronicles, and some other old shows that have aired before in Fabled. So just go there, give us a like, give us a follow, give us a subscribe. I think YouTube subscribe. But subscribe, like, do all those things. And watch this. Like, you forever have Jacob in his, like, true form. Forever. Like, You can't get this anywhere else.
He's actually a sock.
He's actually a sock. What he wears every other Saturday is a costume. Or like maybe he's like shaped like disguise selfing himself. Impressive.
I'll never tell.
Wow, he's becoming like a villain really quick.
We'll get into that in the questions.
Puppet villain.
Oh no. But Kate, do you want to tell us about some dice?
Oh my god. Should I just get anything, you know? I just feel like tonight's gonna be a crazy night. I might as well get the announcement nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like a pretty bow and like that, you know.
Yeah.
That concoction of a dress that Cinderella tried to wear after her stepsisters got to it. You
It's
know
blue. It's pink. It's blue. No, that's
no,
not the
that's
right
Sleeping
one.
Beauty.
God.
We're not gonna go into that one.
Whoops. Okay. So, a special thank you to our first sponsor, Critical Dice, which is like amazing. I don't know. I have all these. I have a lot of these little clickety clackies, and they're amazing. But yeah. So we're gonna do 2 giveaways tonight. One at the beginning of the show. So make sure that you go into the chat and enter !critical to enter the giveaway. So we're gonna call the first winner of the night after the break, and then we'll call the second winner of the night after we're done. So make sure that you enter before the break and after the break. Did that make sense? Was that all right? Okay. We'll just pretend. That's what I do when I'm teaching. I'm just like, did that make sense, guys? And I'm like, okay, good. We're moving on. Okay. So we only ship to the United States and Canada. Sorry if you're watching from somewhere else. And we do not ship to Quebec. Sorry again for that. But also help support the channel by clicking the link below for 20% off of non-subscription items. There we go. There we go. That's me. Just a thought. Is the puppet gonna do Jacob's announcements today?
We will find out.
You're like,
I mean,
no.
is Jacob gonna do Jacob's announcements?
Why would anyone else take them?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I mean, we didn't know if like Ashley had it pinned on that side for you or not, Jacob. I'm sorry. Ashley?
Oh, right. Wow, I sure would love to tell you about our next sponsor, 9 Realms Gaming. Check out our friends over 9 Realms Gaming. They hand make all their products from natural woods to create quality and affordable gaming accessories for all. Use code FABLED42 to get 10% off on your next purchase over at 9realmsgaming.com. That is code FABLED42. Get that 10% off. Tell them we sent you. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Colin? Oh.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going. My internet connection's unstable. Thanks, Zoom. Guys,
We're all unstable.
As soon as he starts.
So,
Okay. There.
Oh, no.
did any of that come through? A haiku. I made a haiku. So,
Oh,
Oh,
no.
you did a haiku.
Unless the haiku was to freeze, then it came through
yeah,
perfectly.
you ready? Here we go. Let's see if it works. Maybe. I'm gonna wait till. Okay. 3D printed they. Things you get from Griffin Co. Enlightened you are.
Ah.
Oh.
Why didn't that? Okay.
Oh, there it goes.
That one
No,
always
yeah.
like freaks me out because it like there's a pause.
Yeah. Yeah, that's supposed to build suspense to the.
I mean,
I don't know how it works, but there's a code, Fabled42, for 22% off what you buy at Griffin Co. That's it.
Nice. Jacob?
Oh, all right. Yeah, our last sponsor for today is our friends at Underground Oracle. They create 5th edition resources for both sides of the screen. Now, usually this is the part where I would tell you about some specific aspect, but Ashley totally forgot. I totally forgot that was a thing that I did. So, Underground Oracle, yeah!
This hurts my voice.
Why
There, played by Guilford
did you...
I don't
Oh my god.
Godfrey, yep, exactly. Awesome.
have
Gilbert
a
Godfrey.
not make that voice.
Gabba go.
Oh my goodness. So currently there is a live poll going on Judgy DM's Instagram. Be sure to go there and answer the questions, but make sure you read them correctly because we're gonna go by percentile after the break to see where we're at. And play a little game, but we're also gonna play other games. But without further ado, be sure to continue to watch us here every Saturday night at 6 p.m. Pacific and Duke City Chronicles on Friday at 3 p.m. Pacific, which is awesome Albuquerque, like, oogie boogie. Other than that, I can't think of anything offhand. We are going to play the trailer. We're going to come back, and then we're going to start tonight. So stick around. We'll be right back. Okay, bye.
Hidden away, a great power awaits. Muster your courage, it must not abate. Allies emboldened while evil retreats. With fate in your hand, the story's complete. Ukodor, a world full of mystery to explore. Monsters and danger around every turn. Soon enough you will learn. The choice is yours. Wisdom of ancients and stories untold. Whispers of riches and mountains of gold. In the face of defeat, we will make our last stand. With the power you hold in the palm of your hand. Ukodor, a world full of mystery to explore. Monsters and danger around every turn. Soon enough you will learn. The choice is yours. The choice is yours. Magic and wonder around every turn. Soon enough you will learn. The choice is yours.
We're back. It just looks like Colin's looking off because his hand is covered by his image, and then there's no phone. So it's just like, welcome back.
They couldn't even see it anyway. I don't think.
So we are doing our first Fate After Dark live.
Oh my god, is that what this is?
Yes, I had to call it something else because I was like, it's not Fate of Ukodor. We're not doing an
I'm gonna have to
episode.
tone it down.
Oh, what,
Our normal
were we
beta.
not toned?
No, no.
I guess we have been.
So this
Oh.
is
We weren't.
question and answer. Pretty soon here, we're gonna open up the chat for all of you lovely viewers. Obviously, 10 episodes. We got a lot to cover. But it'll give you all a chance to ask some of the questions that you might have been like, not sure why they did that, or oh, that was a neat thing, or that's just funny. But whatever you want to ask, you can ask it. We also are going to go into later a recap, a quick, play-by-play of each episode, well, from episode 1 to episode 10, to just see players' thoughts, DM thoughts, your thoughts on how those went, because, it's been a while. We've been through a lot of stuff. We might want to talk about it. Other than that, there's going to be some mini games and I think a couple other stuff.
Wait, some what?
Some mini games.
I'm so excited.
Like horseshoes?
I mean, a little less aggressive, but yes, essentially. So yes, we will open up the chat currently for some Q&As. I also have some questions for y'all as well, but I'll let the chat go first just to make sure that I'm offering that, olive branch. Oh, and you all can think of questions to ask other players.
Woo!
Mm-hmm. That's what I was looking for, actually. I was looking through my notes.
Brolin with the notes.
Rolling with the notes.
Notes.
Y'all got some fly-ass green screen.
Rolling with the notes.
Logan.
I have a
God
question.
damn it,
I'll start it, just to get things.
What's your opinion of who's that
Get things
directed
rolling. I think
to,
this is a.
Tibby?
Well, I don't know. Wait, I don't know.
Is
This
that
might be too
everyone?
deep.
What's
to
everyone's opinions of turtles?
He's just trolling.
He's just turtling.
You like turtles?
The teen type or the snapping type or the painted type. What type of turtles? Oh, they're asking. Flint.
Hey,
Flint, here's a question for you.
Okay.
How do you think your relationship with your patron affects your interactions with the party?
Cool.
Bonus question. How's your relationship with your patron?
Yeah, that is like okay. So when I created Flint, I knew I wanted to play a tiefling and I knew I wanted to play a warlock, but we honestly left a lot open ended and like left a lot of room to discover in the game. So while Flint obviously like has a relationship with some patron, I'm not sure that she's fully aware of it. I think through like tiefling bloodline you have, I know this is more of a question for Stacks because like you know more about this than I do at this point. But yeah, it's definitely, I'm excited to explore that part of it. Like that was my main motivation for wanting to play a warlock, because that patron relationship is just like such a cool dynamic, and I'm very interested to see how that develops and changes things. I feel like I'm starting to get maybe breadcrumbs. I don't know though. I'm trying to like watch your face for like
I will add that obviously because of the recent chaotic events, I don't want to bog too much down on the party as far as like different arcs for each character, because like obviously if one character's having their thing and another character's having their thing, then like I want them all to feel individual and special. So when we get around to Flint's patron, which we will get around to Flint's patron, it's going to be like a whole thing. Just like everything else that's been happening is like a whole thing. Did you have anything else for that question?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. I'm just stoked to find out myself.
Okay. Nasea, how little were you able to sleep after the Lich trial you had to go through? Oh no, are you muted?
Oh, you're muted.
Oh no! You answered my question.
Sorry. I don't know. I don't sleep very well just to begin with. I don't know. I feel like by the time it was all over and we had our like after dark thing where we all just kind of talk after the show, I think it was okay. I think it was fine. I probably slept all right. but that was traumatic.
Did you see it coming in that aspect?
No, me? No. No, I did not see that coming.
I mean,
The
that's not
Queen
me
Slayer
patting myself
shit?
on the back.
Yeah, the Queen Slayer shit fucked me up. I was like, and I was already so sad because Jacob's whole experience with the Lich kind of fucked me up to begin with. And I was like, oh no, imagine waking up in a hospital not knowing who you are or where you're at. And everybody thinks that you're fucking crazy. So yeah, it's already a little sad.
And I know like Jacob's off eating snacks like freaking Smudgy, but you can also ask Jacob questions as well. People, just putting it out there. Someone said that Kate's background should have people like fighting and stuff in the tower. And then Kate just like walks off and like punches some people, like comes back and sits back down.
I mean, I am a fighter.
Let's see. Flint, did you get the name from the city in Michigan or The Rock or something else?
Okay, so that's funny. Flint actually was originally Lilith, and was kind of built off of a bard that I'd played in a home game. But eventually, like, as I was kind of like developing the character, it was a very last minute change. I remember hectically sending a message to be like, change everything, her name's Flint now, and then realizing there's like 3 other Flints who have been on the channel as either NPCs or player characters, and then I panicked about that, but then everyone was like, no, it's funny, we're gonna have another one. And I just feel like it really suits her now. I don't see her as a Lilith, you know. I think Flint just kind of like fits her, but it's definitely based off of kind of, you know, I like a good 1 syllable like word for a character that's just like, and it's kind of that fire element thing. That's kind of her whole thing. So the kind of, it's off the stone, like the, yeah.
I wouldn't be able to picture her as anything other than Flint, just because.
Yeah, now that we are where we are currently, like if you put any other name, I'm like, that's not Flint. That's not my Flint.
Oh, I know.
She's the only Flint that I know.
Yeah.
So.
Like, I think, me personally, I know 2 Flints at most, but I only really know like 1 Flint. So,
You know what's really weird is in my home campaign that I'm running, one of the guys who plays in that campaign is Whitley, like last name Whitley as well. And I'm like, oh, perhaps
so
you know a tiefling that I know.
And that was just like, I just stumbled. I literally keep a notes like list of cool names that I run across for D&D, for writing, for anything, and I was just like scrolling through for things, and Whitley just fit with Flint so well.
Flint Whitley, right? Yeah.
So
That's
cool.
That's a solid name.
I'm proud of it.
Syndare, can you sing Wonderwall?
No.
That's such a Jacob answer. I respect it.
You'd be like, no.
No, but I can play it on a mouth harp.
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Mouth harp.
I think this one's for
It's like,
Kate. You run a game like you DM?
Yeah. A home campaign. Not streamed or anything. It's just basically it's just my 3 players? 4. I've got 4 players. Of my 4 players just like drinking themselves into oblivion while I remain sober DM. And they get into hijinks.
Nice.
It's fun. I'm enjoying it.
I want to say we caught up on questions so far. Did y'all think of any to ask each other before I start asking you a bunch of like, ooh, right, game changers?
I have a question.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's going to go through. Do you think Syndare or Flint have seriously considered just vamping? Just leaving.
Are you asking me, or are you asking like Jacob and Ashley, or all
Flint.
of us? Okay.
Flint and Syndare.
Okay.
Interesting. So the thought of actually just like purely leaving, I don't think Syndare, I don't think so, because he's finding like a real purpose, kind of where I'm finding like a real purpose where I am and stuff, and like it's so nice. I don't know. He's turning into Flint, kind of. But for Flint, I can't. I can't think and puppet at the same time. How do they do it?
They switch so quickly, and I'm just like, this is seamless.
It's crazy. No, for Flint, I think a moment where, yes, at one point, was like aware of the vials and was aware of the ability to just leave, but that was before the whole situation at Aoron's hut and realizing the shift. I think now she wouldn't consider it so lightly, but I think after that first battle encounter kind of situation where they were like in danger for the first time, I think that idea was on her mind. Like maybe she was in too deep, and maybe she wasn't like ready for this necessarily. So she thought about it. She was very aware, and I think even at the end of that episode or something, I talked to, because I think who had the vials at that point? I talked to Diane's character at that point and was like, you have the things, just to kind of like make sure, to kind of solidify an out. I think Flint's always thinking of like a safe way out just because of her background too.
And to put like in the last few episodes, Syndare has been pointing out that y'all do have the vials, and it seems like it's like a last minute, if hell's breaking loose sort of thing. Mostly when y'all were going to meet the Lich and you didn't know what to expect sort of thing. Yeah. Like if it really got bad, y'all would just use it to get out of there, more or less to protect like him from getting access to Angel or like the items. It wasn't, I don't think, in his mindset like a way to just like abandon Naseya and Brolin. Like I think for him, when he's saying like going back to the future, he's also including the both of them because y'all have enough vials. But that's just my spit take. Jacob, you might think different, but that's what I thought.
No, I totally,
Words out of my mouth.
Now his
I
flowers
like how
look like
his
little wings.
glasses are like
horns.
slowly etching over.
They're falling, okay? This is jewelry wire. And it's all put together with safety pins because I did.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
Only the highest quality craft here at Fate of Ukodor.
Question for Brolin. We might have to take this in segments, but why did you pick an artificer for the time traveling game with the whole 5th age, 7th age timelines differences? Obviously,
second age. Right?
Yeah, y'all are from the 2nd age and they're from the 5th age. I think what GW's asking here is because how Chris put it solo way back when, artificers and like really advanced stuff wasn't like highly known in the 2nd age because they hadn't like got there. So Brolin himself is kind of like a rare commodity, but I'll let Colin answer. You're more than sure you are.
Yes. Well, it's interesting. I had the idea way before the campaign even started, really, with the 24 hours. I played Brolin. So Brolin was a character first, and I had this funny, kind of backstory about, not Brolin, backstory built up about his family. And then when it came time for the campaign, Chris was like, "Are you going to play Hemlock?" And I was like, "No. No, I'm going to do something different." I don't know. I developed this family line backstory before I really knew much about the campaign. And then I think it's interesting. It's hard to balance. Obviously, if I could sit there and talk to them for hours on end about technology and stuff, to play it's more of that's I don't know what to ask. Like I don't even know what questions to ask. Advanced technology, is it really bad? You can tell me it's really bad.
No, like it pauses, but then it catches and we get it, and then it pauses and then we catch it and we get it. So it's like all there, but we're getting it like, okay, yeah.
So
Yeah.
bad, but
It's bad. Thanks.
we can make out what you're
Yeah, it's
what you're
like
saying.
we know what you're saying.
It's like a
I know.
second delay.
It's just my local internet area stuff. Yeah, and so, but it's definitely like I have all these.
Why does it only happen when he starts to like?
It's really kind of made my idea of Brolin more complex because it was easy for me to be like, but compared to these guys, he knows nothing. Like it's just that their intellect when it comes to all these, he doesn't even know how to talk about it. Really.
He's just fascinated with the
Yeah.
wheels and the things that he sees. The technology from the future.
I think you touched on something really
He's
interesting.
never gonna live those water wheels down.
Never.
It's such a beautiful moment.
He probably didn't think about it in the
Dude.
moment that like
It,
we were gonna meme it so hard.
it was the moment. It was all fine until it was that moment where you're gonna walk away and then you look back at them and you're like, I'll be back.
Yeah. You did this to yourself. But I think you touched on something really interesting though, where
It's
I think
fangirl. I mean, but you play a kid fangirl. Yeah.
I'll be back.
we all went
I'll
into
be
our
back. I'll be
characters.
back.
Like I think we went into our characters with an idea of how they would be, and then once we got to know each other's dynamic, they changed so dramatically. Like Flint was gonna be so serious and kind of just like, yeah, whatever, I don't care about anything. And now she's just like goofy, chaotic as fuck. And like I love it so much because it's more true to like what I find easier to play. But I think also like what you're saying too, like you went in with a different idea for who Brolin was gonna be, and now what he's turned into is exactly what the party needs for us to like balance each other out. Like I think that's so cool, and we're still kind of developing how that all fits together.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I feel like Nisea, like I started her as being like this kind of funny, goofy, like Barb Raleigh type character. She had a fucking like New Zealand accent. Like she had a Kiwi. If anybody remembers those early episodes, she had like a Kiwi accent. And then as things got more serious, I couldn't do the fucking Kiwi accent anymore because the Kiwi accent's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be fun.
You can do fun when you're getting like shit on by everything. The
Yeah.
fun goes out the window first.
So she went from Kiwi to just straight British. And now she's a little more serious. And obviously I'm not. So
Imagine if we would have met Hot Boy after meeting a lich.
oh my god. I don't even know if she's like forgetting about him like as time goes on. She just kinda like
And it's timeline wise, it's very short excerpts. Like
yeah.
this past day took like four or so episodes. It was like a long day, and it's still like technically like y'all haven't officially ended your long rest, but like it's been a minute, so I can understand fully where she's coming from, because like y'all have been through a lot in a very short period of time, and all of it, like obviously all of it's connected to the plot. All these little seeds that are happening that y'all are encountering aren't just like random one-offs, but for a party that's just getting to know each other, it can be like a lot to process in the amount of time that y'all have had to process it. And it seems like more things are getting added to the pot before y'all can even figure out what's in the pot as time's progressing, which is kind of interesting because
Yeah.
y'all are just like, y'all are more or less now in the position that I feel where you're trying to prioritize it and like figure out what exactly y'all need to do. And that kind of is cool to see because I'm normally used to like chaotic parties that are just like, we're going to kill everybody. No one's going to be alive. And we're still going to have a bunch of questions afterwards. But it's like, we'll take care of this situation and then we'll take care of this thing. And then we'll see where we're at from there. But there's a lot more rationale that I see with the party.
I mean, we've definitely got a lot of like planning and talking, and there's a lot of that in this campaign. Just like feeling out how everybody feels, you know, about situations that we end up in. So it takes us, I feel like it takes us a long time to like take action because I think some of our characters butt heads in certain situations. So there's a lot of like reasoning with each other and like trying to make the best move.
And that's what I think Brolin and Syndare to an element really bring to the party is like, let's talk over like Syndare's very much, well, how did you feel about this? And Brolin's very much, what are we gonna do about this? But they like really drive those conversations about like the planning and everything. Whereas I think like, and that's where I think Flint and Nasea are kind of like similar, where it's just like, I'll figure it out when I'm there. Like, why would I spend the time just like talking when like we don't know, like we'll figure it out like on the day. We can do it like pure impulse kind of thing. So it's really interesting to see that shift and everyone kind of like fulfill those roles for each other. Cause like, yeah, I love our party dynamic, you guys.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Was this was it,
Moose,
I'm sorry, was this a continuation?
Moose, have you been watching all of my stuff?
God damn it. I wanted to address something in the chat real quick.
Yes.
Salty, cut to hot boy waiting at Nasea's doorstep with flowers.
I didn't even see that. How did you put that in?
Honestly, I feel like the next time that she sees him, she's gonna be like, "Oh, it's you again." I forgot.
I feel like that's kind of a part of Nasea because taking into account the guard that y'all had drinks with at the tavern the night before, and then he shows up in a non-disclosed conversation apparently that you're like, oh, you can get work at my place, and he shows up at the most unopportune time and you're like, oh, it's you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was, he came to the manor, right?
After like shit had hit the fan.
And I was like, you know what, like, why don't you help them clean up, and then you could go follow them and they'll like get you started with your things, you know. Yeah. Ridiculous.
There was another question for Colin. What does Brolin think about Angel?
I think the way I'm kind of doesn't understand it for sure. And I think he really just thinks that there's a person probably in the future that, this is me thinking it at a computer, but like Brolin probably just imagines there's someone standing in some ritualistic chamber with crazy magic runes from the future. So with that rationality, enough explanation for now, he's not really trying to figure it out. He's like, okay. But I did kind of have fun playing with him as like commands and keywords and stuff, and nothing he did worked. It didn't seem like he's just like, he just assumed everyone knew how to use it. No one was going to teach him how to use it.
I think he finished, but
yeah,
I understand, like, for Brolin, and especially for those types of thinkers in that age of thinking, because you can't fathom, like I can't fathom what the future, like, I can kind of imagine what the future would be, but like if I got sent to the future and I'm like, whoa, what is this? It would make sense because like I've never been to the future before. So for Brolin to try and like rationale it in a way that makes sense to his mind, I think we all kind of do that in a way, even if like that's not what, like, I thought we were gonna have flying cars by now, but Apparently that's
Yeah.
difficult.
It's-
So-
It's the whole backwards deduction things, right? Like we can understand what a futuristic laser gun might look like. Tell Brolin what a laser gun is, and what there's no start points. He can't even like what is the shape of this thing. I don't know what you're talking about. That's it.
the best, the most chaotic episode we've had all season.
I'll start saying over and out.
So who is going to be the first character to die? If I told them that, Moose, I would have to change it. So
You mean you already know?
Can I make a guess?
who?
I don't dare.
Hmm?
I don't dare. Oh no.
Oh yeah, boy is looking pretty like rough right now. So
Oh, yeah, he's in a bad spot right now.
He's with the monsters in the woods.
I personally try to avoid I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get immediately called out. I try to avoid senselessly killing off NPCs unless it's for an impact to the story. An example of this would be a home campaign that I did where there was like brother and sister, and then I killed off the sister, but it was more or less to bring the party together because there was a lot of party discourse, which there still was even after she died, but bring her together because the next session that we did was like the funeral arrangements, and she was a water ganassi, so they did like this like, you know, tranquil send-off sort of thing, and everyone got like unique flowers that they thought would like it was a whole thing, but it was a way to like
You're really into funerals.
it was a way, hey, at least I didn't have you like bury your mother.
Jesus.
that would have been bad.
You had me watch her.
So here's the other thing, Kate, a little tidbit. I thought of the Queenslayer after I did Colin's like into the lich thing, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. So when I did it, it was like literally that session. I knew I was gonna have you
Oh
face
my
your mother's
God.
like death, but then when I was like, oh wait, they're famous here. Why are they famous? Oh!
Oh my god, it was an impromptu gutting.
Yes.
I'm like in shock. That was literally the most cinematic D&D game I've ever witnessed / been a part of. In that moment particularly, I cannot believe you did that on the fly. You insane person.
What the fuck? You're like, this is why I do this professionally.
This is why I get so much shit.
Oh my
But
lord.
that's so I
Well, I
used
think
to.
it might be a good point to address Austin's comment because that was like
That's the only time.
one of the most traumatic parts, you know. But
Yeah,
that's all.
yeah.
That was excellent.
When the final piece like connected in my mind, I was like, yeah, we have to do that because she's already gonna be expecting seeing her mother dead. So what's the catch? Like, what's the thing that's gonna drive her over to the next portion where we actually see a not predetermined, like if somebody's like, you're gonna get hit by a car tomorrow, and you go around and you're like preemptively looking at all the cars, if you do get hit by a car, you're more or less prepared for it. But I knew that second part would like actually show us what her reaction would be in a case like that, which it was good. It was good stuff. I'm not ashamed of my my DM actions. I think there was another question. I'm just gonna sprinkle over more questions to
Just gonna
avoid
squeeze right by
talking
it.
about my DM style. This one's to anyone. Do you ever get caught up in more heated moments, butting heads and acting as your character goes out the window? So like more in yourself as a player than in yourself as your character's perspective, I'm thinking is how
Wait. What?
Yeah.
Like, do you ever respond in a way that you, Kate, would respond rather than like how Nasea would respond?
Yeah, that's a hard question because I feel like I don't know. I feel like probably all of us, our characters, have like a lot of us in them. So I feel like the way that Nisea responds to things is how I would like typically respond to things, except maybe a little more dramatic for Nisea. But yeah, there's been times where like it's mostly Syndare for me. It's mostly Syndare for me. It like that one time where he was like, "Isn't she being a little selfish?" And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
And
I'm gonna get ya.
I think in the same night, that's when he did the necklace thing with Flint.
Ah.
And like the item almost broke. So like I feel like Syndare is the chaotic aspect that completely yin yangs with Nisea, which you would think like obviously Flint because she's tiefling warlock, but like Flint and Nisea get along just fine.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's like when you have that person in your group that just does the thing that you know will push your buttons, but you like every time they do it, you're like never prepared for it. So I think he's like Nisea's chaos factor, like her random out of everything that she can process and how her mind kind of is structured. Syndare does the thing that like she would never think of ever doing.
Well, do you want to go?
I was just saying, Jacob has a special skill for that because the only times that I feel like I walk that line, because I feel like short answer, yes, there are times when I'm like, oh, there's a little bit too much Ashley bleeding over in this. But at the same time, like, all the characters are parts of Ashley, so it's, like, not disingenuous to the character. But there are times when I'm like, that, I feel like maybe I took it to a place where Flint wouldn't necessarily, because Ashley got heated because of, you know what I mean? Like, and it is a hard line to walk, but it's still motivated by the actions in the game. And since the characters are us in a way, like, it makes sense, but there are still times where I'll go back and I'll watch an episode and I'll be like, ooh, I wish I didn't say that. Like, ooh, I feel like I'm revealing a bit too much of myself.
I see a lot of it in Flint when Syndare comes for Smudgy.
Yeah!
Like, whenever he does anything to Smudgy, like, she's just like Mama Bear. Because that's
like,
her baby. Like, you can't come at her baby like that.
Oh, yeah. That feud. Oh, my God.
But in the same sense, they can go back and forth in the forest talking about an inanimate object of Angel and like Smudgy and like which one's more important, and the whole thing's just like it's all merited. I love it.
Yes, he has.
Love our relationship.
I feel like. I'm sorry, Jacob. I'm sorry, Jacob. Or just I'm sorry.
Later.
But I feel like Syndare like wants to do good so badly that he's willing to step on like people that he knows in order to achieve like the greatest good. And that's like culty to me. And Nisea is more like my immediate friends, my family, my mother, like these people are the people that matter to me the most. Them, then the citizens Adorn, and then everybody else probably.
And
it's a very meta consideration. But like in my head, I'm sitting there going like, okay, this is how he's acting. Is to get better at teamwork, or is this going to be the result every time we come to this crossroads? The idea of good is just immediately being like, that's the one right there. This is good. So it's
Oh no.
I think he is that I'm chaos, you know, like And Brolin, when you talked about characters developing because of the team, Brolin wasn't supposed to be a pop. Not at the beginning. I wanted him to be more disgruntled and kind of gruffy and just kind of not as personable. But was me that I couldn't keep that out of it. I do feel like the kind of mentorship thing is all
Papa Brolin.
me, but but it's coming out like it's just that's what was me. That was what was missing from the group, and it wasn't unreasonable to think Brolin could fill that and like could be that. So that's how he kind of got there over.
I was like, he's either drinking or he's but yeah, I fully think that, especially so after obviously after Zaysa and Aeron left, I feel there was a shift in the party dynamics, because before that it was just like not carefree fun, but y'all didn't have any like set direction on like we got to get this done like soon or anything like that. But after those two left, and I feel a part of it's because Aeron and technically Zaysa were the most senior in the whole time jumping thing, that when they were gone, that like crutch or that safety net for especially Flint and Syndare was gone. Because it's different when like you're playing World of Warcraft in an area that's way higher level than you, and you have your maxed out level buddy that's just killing everything. But if they disappear, you're just like, I'm gonna hide real quick, cause
Is this analogy for me?
yeah, I'm using it more for you. But it's like for any MMO essentially, like when they're trying to like
I
get
don't
you
play
up
that
to par. I don't do
Lost
that
Ark?
anymore. But yeah, it's kind of that feel. So now Syndare and Flint are having to fill in big shoes, and I like the aspect of how each of the party members in their own unique way have like tried to fill in that leadership role that's now missing. So in a way you're all leaders to your own party dynamic. Whereas in most parties, there's always that one person that you go to. But here, depending on the situation, it could be Brolin, it could be Naseya, it could be Flint. Like, depending on what people are going through, it shifts. And that's, like, a cool thing to watch because it happens, like, so naturally and it's not really forced.
I love that. Like, I find that so fun.
I'll answer this question because it's new. But I think there was another one. So, are you going to have any guests play a short-term PC or NPC? Yes, and possibly. The NPC part, I'm kind of like about, because I feel like if they're gonna be on the show, then they should have the option to kind of create a character that they would want to create rather than be like, you gotta be this. But we definitely want to have more guest stars. Obviously, we had the Lich role played by Chris Sizemore. But things like that, open it up to where kind of like Critical Role, where people come in for a short period of time, they have fun, and then their arc kind of ends. And we go back to like the main party, but just having in that fluidity between we might have a guest, we might not have a guest, we might have a guest, we might not have a guest. That sort of thing. I think that's fun to have at least immediately for our party, because like I don't know if I want to add or we want to add another party member permanent currently until we get through some of the stuff that we have to get through, because I feel like that would be like adding more chaos to the pot that they don't need right now. But I do really support like guest stars and stuff for future episodes. There's one for Flint. What does Flint miss most about the Fifth Age? I was going to say mac and cheese, but that's more a Guardian thing.
Oh, so much. I almost, and I was debating up until the very last second, I almost smuggled her, like, Walkman with her back in time. So I think, like,
Chris was so adamant. He's like, she can't bring anything from the future. I'm like, I know.
That's why I didn't do it, but also, like, Flint would totally do that. She wouldn't care. So, like, I think, like, her music, she definitely has, like, a Game Boy. Like, she's definitely, like, a girl of that time, of, like, the convenience, the screens, all of the stuff. I think she finds the past very dirty and slow and boring, I think, at times.
Oh, man. That reminds me, I don't remember what show I saw it on, but it's like they took away their smartphones, so they made like a fake screen, and they're like, "Oh, it's Broad City," and she's like trying to flip through. She's stuck in the hole, and she's trying to flip through a piece of paper or some shit.
I love that show so much.
Yeah.
Flint's very much an Alana.
I'm an Abby myself.
I feel like Ashley maybe an I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that show's so good. But yeah, I feel like all of those conveniences and all of that kind of, like, she misses her music probably more than anything. I joked very early on, like, in a Fate After Dark, that, like, Flint listens to baby metal, and that is what I, like, associate her with. Like, so I think she misses that kind of outlet for sure. And the food, because Brolin's cooking is trash.
Is that Ashley talking? Or Flint talking?
I mean, they're one and the same, baby.
Nasaya likes it.
I guess
she's royalty.
Because it makes Colin so mad.
But I think that's another aspect, like, when we're talking about character dynamics, like, Flint might have just been like, your food's off-colored, and if Brolin didn't take it any kind of way, she probably would have never said it again in her entire life. But because it got a reaction, I was gonna say reaction or like something else that probably was a little bit saucier, but words, they have letter orders. Because of that, I think now she's gonna like poke fun at Brolin just because, like,
that's fun for her.
Yeah,
she needs entertainment, and that is very much her personality too, I think. It's all lighthearted, and I don't think she means it with
she's not holding, like, soup up to your sleeping body to, like, activate a necklace on you or anything like that. Like, nothing crazy.
Everyone needs to get their hands off my necklace. I'm so over this.
Oh my gosh. So, do y'all have questions for each other?
Looks like Colin had a question.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I put my question to Elimdare in the chat.
Oh, to me?
For Elimdare.
Question for Elimdare. You got a little thing for So, me being who I am and knowing I have, like, sexy boys in all of my encounters, and me knowing that Kate likes sexy boys.
I do not know sexy boys, I'll tell you what.
I did have him go in that direction. Not so much like, oh yeah, you want to do something, Nazaya?
Are you gonna thirst trap me?
I'm not thirst trapping. I'm just thirst optioning. You know, when you go and you get a drink, there's options.
He was taking the friendly route.
There's options out there. So, like, if the thing doesn't work out at the ball, there's other options. And I don't want Nasaya to feel that, like, she has to find the nearest bar.
We've been a group for like 5 days, and y'all been on 2 walks.
Okay, first of all, Nasaya's gone through a lot in the past.
We get along. He cares about my feelings.
And he's only been with y'all for like 2.5 days.
Exactly.
Wow.
So that's like 2 dates. It's fine.
Well, I mean, if he was into me, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right? She's like, Nasaya, she's a big deal. I mean, I'm not going to say he's not, and I'm not going to say he is. I'm just going to say I make NPCs that are there for a reason.
Well, you know what that means. That
Typically,
means he's into me.
Typically, that's what she's taking away from it. Typically, but yeah. Stacks, how do you keep all the NPC voices and personalities straight? So, this one's kind of easy unless we have multiple NPCs outside of like party dynamic NPCs. Smudgy's always like, "Hey, Syndare, quit shooting me with freaking like sacred flames and stuff. I don't like it." And then like obviously Elmdare's like, "Let's not do anything like that. That's not exactly how we should do this per se." So it's more or less a personality change in my mind, and then that triggers the voice. But because Smudgy's so vastly different to Elmdare, it's like almost impossible to mix them up. But as soon as I started adding in like sassy characters or other like smooth talking characters, that's when you can start seeing like a slip, and I'm just like, "Oh, that's the wrong voice." But
Does Sexy Boy sound like? What does he sound like? Does he sound
sounds
like
closer
Elmdare?
to Elmdare, but a little bit, I imagine in my mind, I'm not going to go back to the episode, but in my mind, a little bit more like cocky. So
Yeah.
he's not as
I like him cocky.
as suave with his words or passive reserved. So he'll say stuff that knows will get like a reaction from somebody. In my mind, at least.
I know Brolin's like sitting there straight face, but I know he wanted to laugh at that one. It was a good one. You can laugh. I mean,
That was a good episode because I don't think I've DM'd a lot of times, and I don't think I've ever in all of my battle encounters encountered someone that literally stopped, saw that the person that they were fighting was hot, and then changed how they were going to fight them in the future. Like, that's never been a thing.
like, oh no, he's hot.
If I would have known you were hot, this one would.
I am that
completely different.
meme, and I didn't even know it was a meme when I did it.
Oh my gosh. So I answered Ellendare's question. TMI said, no one toss a dwarf. How do you keep the NPC voices? Just answer that. What is that they say in England? Swag. Okay, so all the questions from the chat are caught up to date. Do any of y'all have questions for each other? And some of these might come up when we start to go flashing back through all these episodes, but I'll let y'all.
I'm so terrible at it.
Terrible at. I think y'all don't realize where you came from and where you're all at now, because I'm looking at the episodes and I'm like,
We've done a lot.
we've done a lot. It's
We've
been
done
a
a
lot.
lot. I have a question for Ness. So I'm curious because it was such like a little bit of like a breadcrumb reveal of your noble background and stuff. I'm curious about like your player thinking and adding that to your character, because it feels very juxtaposed with the barbarian class, which I think is really cool. I'm just curious, like, and that kind of slow reveal of, you know, you're a freaking princess.
Right. So like we knew going into it like who she was and that she's like the Princess of Dawn. The Princess of Dawn. And that her mom is Arya Dorn. And it's something that we just worked out with Chris at the beginning. I'm not sure who threw the idea out. I think it was Chris initially.
Yeah, because Chris like started to chat with us and was like, "What about this?"
Because he knows Arya, like she's a part of the lore of Ukodor. And initially I wanted Ness to be like the daughter of a prominent like commander in an army or something, like just a badass bitch, you know? And I wanted her to be like charismatic, like for a barbarian, right? Like I wanted her to be a more charismatic barbarian. So not like your typical barbarian. Yeah. But I thought it was pretty cool that we were able to like hold on to it as long as we did, that she's from nobility, and not just nobility, but the queen is her mom. So, and that's really turned around to bite me in the ass a little bit in this campaign.
But I think we we did well, at least up into that Lich episode where because I don't think I consciously in my mind was like, I can't say Queen of Dorne or I can't say this other stuff, but because it was like the manor house and not the castle in Dorne, like obviously they're like, oh, she's really important, and like obviously this magistrate's daughter's here, so like maybe like she's like a magistrate's daughter or something. Like it wasn't defined as, oh, she's a princess right off the cuff. So I think we had a little bit of leeway dependent on how the story was driven in those early days. Plus, not gonna say it, y'all. I'm gonna say it, y'all as characters.
I'm not gonna say. Oh, what?
It's not like y'all sit down and actually, oh, where are you from? Like y'all haven't had those types of conversations in like really close things, because y'all kind of like go with the flow, and it's only like recent that's kind of like, oh, we probably need to know, like, you're a big deal, like, should we be calling you something special?
I think like when I was acting as Nisea in the beginning of the show, I was thinking she was more like a Bean type, you know, like Princess Bean from Princess Tia Beanie. What is it?
Disenchantment.
Yeah, Disenchantment.
There's a lot of references to Disenchantment
It's-
that I probably need to watch, because y'all are
It's
like,
just
is he like
having a
smudgy? Like Smudgy's like the imp from
Cat.
Disenchantment? I'm like,
Yeah,
what is this show?
cat demon. I want to know how long it took for y'all to realize that Ness was princess. Like
So there was a lot of people in the chat that didn't know until I said Queenslayer.
There were a lot of insight checks that I didn't make, that I wanted to make, but it didn't make sense, like in the flow of everything, and also didn't make. It made more sense for Ashley to do than Flint to do, because I think I pick up on more than she would. But it was such like the slow reveal, and even when it was the whole Queenslayer thing, I kind of thought this. I knew you were nobility, but I didn't know you were like a friggin' princess kind of thing. So that reveal was like very earnest. It's really cool, and so I'm interested to see, now that we know that, our dynamic back to like. Sorry, I just read the new question in the chat. I sidetracked.
Ew! Why did you pick out Flint specific for that? Why?
Wow.
Is it like a Fry and Futurama, I'm my own grandpa situation?
Anyway,
we're not gonna.
so I'm very interested to see once we get back to Dorne, like in your area, like what that's like now that we know, because I feel like it's gonna be a little different, and like I think
she was trying to keep people from knowing, because she wants to like be a woman of the people, right? Like she wants to.
It's like Princess Jasmine trying to go to the markets dressed up as like a peasant.
But specifically, like with Flint's background, she feels even more separated from Nisea in a way, and maybe not intimidated is the right word, but very much like out of her element in talk, because like that is so beyond like her scope of like, I don't know. So I'm very.
But she hangs out in like seedy fucking bars. Like,
cool, but still, like it's gonna be very much. I don't know. It's interesting.
We'll see. Maybe if she has some drinks at the ball, her Kiwi accent will come back or something.
Ooh, maybe it's a drink thing. She has to be like.
Yeah, she has to be drunk in order to have the Kiwi accent. That would be hilarious, actually. Oh my god.
So, if y'all are ready to go down memory lane, we're gonna go to the first episode of Fate of Ukodor.
That'd be way back. Throwing it back.
So, in this first episode, obviously, Nisea and Brolin had just come from the tavern that the waitress caught on fire. Y'all encountered that little fight. You met up with a guard. Y'all are now at that new tavern, just finishing the night. And then Flint, you, Zaysa, and Syndare arrive. Syndare talks to a horse. Y'all get directions to the tavern. That's a whole thing. But when you arrive and as the night draws to an end and the door opens and it's Aeron there, that's when like everything starts to like that's when I start to see that like Nisea and Brolin are like, none of this is connected to us. Like, yeah, Brolin and Nisea know Aeron, but not enough to like stick around for all his like baggage stuff that was coming out in the short few minutes. What was some of y'all's early thoughts as players and also as characters of what you were kind of getting into for Fate of Ukodor? Sort of. I know it's hard to like put yourself in that mind space, but
as a player, I was so nervous that whole first episode. Like, I think
that's why we had like a teaser part 1-ish thing.
And like that was really fun, and that's like where we fell into some of the dynamic. But like having everyone together and that kind of, I remember just being so nervous, and like we're still trying to figure out each other's like, okay, how do we not talk over each other? Like how is this dynamic going to be? Like we were figuring out each other's dynamics as players and characters, and like to see where we are now, where I think we're very comfortable in that, and with sensing each other's kind of like tells in a way of like, okay, this person's gonna have this moment or this reaction or that kind of thing, and like give them that like it's just so funny to think back to that and thinking about like how freaking like scared I was, because now I feel like we have such a comfortable dynamic in a way. But I think the world was so rich, like, and especially experiencing that shift as a player where we're in the 5th age and then the 2nd, that was just so ripe for like things to react and consume like as a character. It was so fun, and like, yeah, it was just, everything was new, exciting.
Yeah, I feel like that we had growing pains in the beginning. Like a lot of the time, like at the beginning, it was like there was a lot of trouble like trying to fit everybody together, right? Like there would be really like long segments, like almost whole episodes where I feel like Brolin and Nisea didn't really have much to do or say. And I feel like as the show has gone on, like we've made like conscious efforts to like include each other as characters and like ask each other like how is your character doing, or like we should definitely hear from this other party member and see what's going on, and just giving everybody an opportunity to like, act and play and have fun.
I think that I don't want to talk over Brolin. We're gonna come back to you, but I also want to chime in.
Oh.
But,
go ahead.
I think for those early episodes, obviously nervous. Obviously, there's a lot in Ukodor to draw from. So that wasn't like, for me as a DM, that wasn't so much an issue. But definitely trying my best to cohesivize. That's not really a word. All of y'all, as soon as, but you know what I mean. But
I always know what you mean.
Make it a cohesive party was my first goal, which is why I introduced the little girl, because like obviously that's gonna pull on everybody's heartstrings, and it's gonna give like that immediate like reaction of like, we hate these hag witches. Like, they're not nice people. But I knew that would be like the start of everything, but I also wanted to counter it to, because obviously like most parties when you start out don't already have like baggage essentially. So between like the betrayal that Zaysa felt for Aeron based on like what Aeron was doing now when she literally came back here to find him and he's like living his best life. So she felt betrayed, and like it almost felt like she was abandoned again. Like it was a whole thing. So there was a lot of that to get through. There was a lot of Flint and Syndare are trying to acclimate them. Like, it's different when you got jet lag, but it's a whole nother thing when you got like age lag. You're like, I can't say what any of this. Okay, I'll just figure it out. And I love the part where they're talking about all this fifth age stuff and they're trying to make it seem like they're always part of the second age. And like, it just became like this Easternism joke. Like, before they left, I was like, I don't know how many more redirected puns we could take before Nisea and Brolin are just like, yeah, y'all got a lot going on. We're just gonna we're gonna dip. But it's been fun to see that shift and change in everything, and how now that everything's kind of like open, how Flint and Syndare aren't afraid to talk about future stuff in front of Brolin and Nisea, but they're also like more mind conscious of it when they're around people outside of their party. So that's been a cool switch of things. But Brolin, your thoughts as well. Colin, your thoughts as well.
Yeah. So all of this goes into what I'm going to say, which is going to the start. We talked about turn into me and Ness are supposed to be fun-loving. You know, we've been out adventuring for 2 years. You know, just free. So when it came to meeting these new people, my initial mindset as a player was, okay, we got to make sure this is worth getting rid of this awesome lifestyle we had, just us two, you know. Then there was the, you know, the weird stuff with the East. And that's why I think a lot of me and Ness's early role play was, do we need to, and like you say, most players don't come in with baggage. We came in with baggage. It was good to direct us without direction, though. Like, I met the Haglings and we met this girl and that happened. But now we're just going to deal with it first as a player. I don't know if you guys too, but I was just like, what are we doing? And I think it did come out in Brilliant. Me being like, okay, what do we do? That's the same thing.
It is, yeah.
What are we doing? What's the plan? From there, I love that how connected it is. Now it's like all these finger branches are connected. It's just, yeah.
Oh, we got Blackwater D&D.
Now it's like world
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. We're having Q&A session. Why am I
What are
talking
you
like
doing?
this?
Blackwater D&D.
Looking back on those early episodes before they knew the time jump, that was so hard, and it like obviously like sequestered the party into like.
It made it seem like y'all were hiding stuff from them, but y'all weren't like trying to hide stuff from them. Y'all just like couldn't tell them everything. So it was interesting. It was a challenge as a DM to try and put things in your way that everybody would care about in a way, and then slowly like keep adding things. So it was good to have, like, I don't think, like, if it was just Syndare and Flint that went back in time, I don't know if like that same connection, cohesiveness would be the same as where y'all are at now if y'all didn't already experience all the other stuff as well. So I think now we're in a good spot. When those early episodes were like rough, and it was just like rough on like a whole nother level, because Brolin's just out here wanting to look at the wheels, and then Syndare and Flint are having like their kissy moment that's not really a kissy moment. Like, there was so much gossip happening, like, yeah, y'all going for a walk, okay. Like,
Oh my gosh. The chat is just popping off. Those early episodes. There's
early
like
episodes were so
shipping. We ship everyone.
I feel honored that Flint's in all of these different ships.
I know, right? I'm like, I mean, Ness is in one of them, so that's okay. I guess that's cool. It's us. It's us.
So
gonna get one of those.
Flint Saya.
Huh?
Flint Saya would be our ship name.
Ooh, Flissea.
We're Flint Dare.
Or Flessea.
Flissea. Ooh.
So, come the second episode, that's when y'all arrive on Nasea's side of the story, and y'all come to her manor house, and obviously, like, stuff's happened. Y'all encounter the two individuals there, and then by the end of the episode, you realize, like, they weren't even in control of what was happening. What are your thoughts about some of that stuff? Because obviously those are like probably future plot seeds that aren't really connected to anything right here, but you didn't have anything you could take from it. But obviously, like you could see that Nasea was tormented by seeing her grandmother, knowing that she's gonna go back and like have to face all of that.
What
and
was
then
her name? Do we know?
She didn't give it to you because like y'all were giving off those weird vibes.
No, like the girl. Do we know who the girl was?
Y'all just knew that she was
like the miller's
you
daughter.
knew that she was the woodworker's daughter or something like that.
The woodworker's daughter, yeah.
But
oh, I felt such deep guilt.
But like
when I saw the grandma.
I love that aspect as well because Nasea's trying to be a good leader in the future. She wants like her people to respect her, to revere her, all that other stuff. And part of that is these kind of like these pivotal moments where like bad stuff's happen and trying to translate that to your people without them like off with her head type of deal. It's like I don't know if they would go that drastic, but like you don't want them to fall away from you doing what you felt that you had to do in that moment sort of situation. Obviously Nasea was trying to control it in the best aspect that she could based on what y'all had in that moment. But
I mean, to be fair, I wanted to tell her.
Well, yeah, like
and
the other
everyone else
teammates
was
just like outvoted.
Do we really want to like start this right now?
We got like so much going on.
Yeah. And I was like, fuck this poor old lady is like walking miles and miles to get to Dorne to see her granddaughter and her son.
But there's a lot of questions there. Like, why is the woodworker's mother traveling from this one place to Dorne?
Yeah.
It's a subplot. Oh my god.
By herself, just off on the road.
She's a witch.
We knew it.
Like, what's she doing? She obviously sprinkles stuff about things that she had seen, but like, convenience sake, that's not the quickest way to get from, or the safest route to get from, wherever that bottom town is to Dorne. So
I don't know. She seemed pretty self-assured. Like she was.
I mean, compared to like the help that probably y'all could offer, she probably was like, I don't need that in my life right now, so I'm just gonna trek it. But yeah.
God damn it.
Subplots.
Poor old lady.
Who does these? But I did like the Verbena or Worse episode because I got to introduce Florence and add in like the aspect of the Warforged. So you got like the Florence and the Machine puns going around. But not just puns. Like I believe Florence as a character is cool because she's trying something that essentially no one's tried up to date. Because I asked Chris and he's like, Warforges aren't really a thing in the Second Age. So trying to have someone create a spark of life or interest to make Warforge a thing is like cool to try and to see.
And there's like something else going on where like we think that someone's trying to get the Warforged.
So
get in there.
You have Warforged, and then you have like Attack of the Body Snatchers, pretty much, with the people that took over those individuals.
And my mother.
And your mom, like, you thought this whole, like, your whole thing, obviously you've ranked it. You're like, I want to get in there to make sure my mom's not in there. And, like, the amount of stuff that was happening, like, obviously that battle encounter would have went a lot longer if it was just Nisea and Brolin. Wasn't expecting y'all to arrive as quickly as you did, but it's fine. It's cool. I'm not salty about it at all.
That
I
was
was
actually
like, way more
felt a
people.
little- It felt so meta in hindsight. I'm like, I don't.
I was like, how are y'all there so fast? It doesn't make any sense.
Flint was like, they're fine. Why would we go there?
Why? You're like,
Whatever.
I'm just gonna go visit my mom real quick. Okay.
Aaron is like,
We
I've
need to
got
go to her house right now.
Yeah, I've
No, I'm
got some-
joking.
Calm down.
He had like a weird sense, didn't he? He had like a spidey sense.
I in hindsight, probably, I don't know.
Like that, yeah.
But that was good because I think
it was necessary though. Like
Yeah.
when we talked about Brolin connecting with the rest of them, like them coming to our aid right then,
Yeah, that was important.
I played it off as like, okay, now we've got a little bit of a give and take here. We can move forward.
Yeah, it was needed because like after they helped us, Tennesea, like she's still like a badass warrior woman. So it's like if you help us in battle, then you are my closest ally and friend.
When it set us up for that cabin episode so well, because we were all recovering from the same thing together, and like otherwise, if it had been separate and you had just told us about it, I don't think we would have had that. Because I feel like that episode is where we really started to like connect with each other. Not to jump ahead, because I know you're going episode by, but
yeah. Like in hindsight, yes. I think in hindsight, if I would have known that all of y'all would have been there, I would have tried to make the battle a little bit more difficult. But in retrospect, like now, I mean, it's all peas and potatoes. But that time frame was very pivotal because it allowed how I think Colin was saying, or Kate, one of y'all were saying how like there would be episodes where y'all weren't interacting with the others as much because like a lot of it wasn't relatable to your character. So like
It was me.
yes, but I think that moment allowed, okay, now we might talk about stuff to these people. And the going to Aaron's thing and having like house party was a very key factor of like, what is this house party they keep speaking about? Why is it such a like big deal? What
Who
are
is
we
this
gonna
Easy Mac?
do? What is this easy
That
Mac? What is
walkover.
getting messed up means?
what was the other one? There was another one that we let slip and had to
Oh my
explain.
god.
They were all so badly
I
done.
feel like they were, like,
Getting jacked.
getting
jacked.
jacked was
Oh, who
like
is this
getting
Jack?
messed up. Yeah,
And
who
I
is
had-
this?
Oh,
He sounds like a formidable man. This Jack.
That was so stupid. I missed that time just for having to explain away that stuff, but like also, it's just so much easier now that we.
Yeah,
all-
now you can just be like, meh. Oh, it's Jay. Hello, Jay.
Oh, hello.
Hi yo, we're just here. Ask if y'all have questions. Just send them here in the chat, and we'll answer them.
Yes, indeed.
So by episode 3, you've all seen, or at least on the back end seen, Syndare in some form or way talking to Shadow. Y'all are headed towards the cabin, and I think it started raining. But you arrive at the cabin soon enough. That's when the wheels jokes kick in. That's when the nest up, the jacked. So what was y'all's
The jacked, yeah.
what was y'all's ideas? I want to know, like, between future party members and like past party members, how are y'all feeling when all these Easternisms kept getting brought up in very weird analogy explanations? Like, I don't know. I
We
feel
got
like
the full explanation that night, though, didn't
by the night y'all did, but the walk there,
we?
it was just like more and more of these these puns that just weren't hitting the right way.
Flint tried her hardest to explain it away, okay? But yeah, I don't think we explained everything until Alamdare arrived, and we like had to. And even then, there was a moment where I forget who it was. It was either Syndare or Aaron was like, "Oh, well, everyone go upstairs," and then we were like, "You know what? Screw this. Let's we're done with this. We're done with the secrets. We're done with the secret meetings. We're just gonna blow your freaking minds right now." Because that was so hard to keep go and like also to role play, because I know as a player like how annoying that was to just not to be so like sequestered into these like ages where we were from, which I guess is like the whole point of fate of Ukodor in a way, but like as a player
I hate our mission, but
like I'm literally not supposed to tell you this, but anyway.
but that's how it got. And I think introducing Elamdare to the party was like that final piece that was just like, it's okay, you can say it sort of thing. Like, it's like y'all were waiting to get permission from mom and dad weren't home yet or something. And it got to the point where like it was just ridiculous, like the stuff that was happening. Like, it's so much easier if we could just tell you. And then Elamdare arrived and he's like, so y'all are from the future. And it was just like, oh. But that was did my story summon you?
Because I think you would be the only one. I don't get enough love in my stories.
Gosh. I love it.
Sadly.
Oh, you're talking about Instagram. I thought you were like just talking about like
No, on Instagram. I tried so hard. They're probably just like, I'm not actually a nerd. I just follow you because you're hot.
I mean,
I
that's
I
a
don't
mood.
want to hear about your D&D.
I feel like we have a lot of episodes. So, the third episode, that's when y'all go to Aaron's cabin. Fourth episode, that's when things switch up. You wake up, cabin's empty, everything feels like it's way older than it needs to be. You all are still there. Well, you think that you all are still there, but as you investigate, like Zasa's missing, but she told you she was going to leave the night before. And then Aaron is missing. And then y'all arrive and you see a gravestone and Aaron's staff, and everyone starts to freak out. But then Nisea goes up and she's like, it says
like,
Galileo.
hang on. Ned.
Like we already knew he was dead.
I was like, the drunk barbarian is just going to go and take a look around. Like,
But how was that moment? Because I knew that having two players gone overnight was going to be a hard like shift, so I was trying to do it in a way that like made sense. But how was that acclimation to, okay, now we're down to 5 essentially when we had 7 or 8 and 6 if we count Smudgy?
we always trust.
aw, yeah. He's a good little boy.
Which I forgot to mention Smudgy, like he was a whole thing. Like no one was like, you got a demon on your shoulder. Like what's the imp doing there? I feel like that's out of all the conversations, that should have probably been one.
I mean, like, I feel like Nisea just didn't really, like, care. I feel like she doesn't really know them very well, and she just kind of turned up with the demon baby, and how is Nisea to know that she just didn't have him the entire time?
That's a good friend right
That's
there.
fair.
Not what the fuck is this demon
Yeah.
What the fuck is this demon
Unlike
baby?
Syndare to Smudgy, like Syndare and Smudgy's relationship, I felt was unmerited. Like Smudgy's never done anything to Syndare. And
so
he's just
chaotic.
like a complete shit to him for no reason. And I'm just like, if I played this demon imp in any other aspect, I would roast you for dinner. But I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna take the higher smudgy road, and I'm gonna get through this.
He's a
I
cute
love
baby.
Smudgy so much, and I do love their relationship, even the ups and the downs, because now it's so.
I feel like it started to go uphill a bit when Smudgy used invisibility on, which we'll get to that. Actually, is that this episode? I think at the end of Startling Revelations, that's when y'all camped out in the cabin, or not the cabin, the cave. You saw Syndare trip a bunch, and then that ended with
Oh my god.
you
Classic.
arriving and seeing that whole scene of the
Well, hang on.
cloaked people.
Hang on a second. I want
Oh,
to
yeah.
go back
Yes.
back in time to when we lost 2 people. It was really sad. I feel like we adjusted really well
Yeah.
as a party, the 4 of us. And I feel like Syndare, like, I feel like he struggled a little bit because it's almost like he lost like a father figure in Aaron. But then as soon as he like picked up his staff, I feel like he got like this power trip. And now he's like, and now like he changed. I feel like he changed
the moment he picked up that staff.
Yeah, like his
Like the moment.
personality
And Angel started
changed.
talking, like he
All that.
changed.
I'm
He
just
But it
got-
wasn't permanent.
symbolism here, and like there's some
Because you,
It didn't last very long.
to put it into
Oh
perspective,
my god.
Angel
Are you
started
guys
talking,
making dick jokes?
and then she started like saying who else was part of this whole thing. So then obviously he said Flint, and then she was asking like, is there anybody else? And then that's when he's like,
yeah.
I'm gonna choose who I give flower bracelets out to, because I'm Syndare and I have the power to deem you worthy or not. So, I think that was, his way of adapting to, because he saw Aaron as like a father figure probably, but more as like, I think he put it like, if he was the person that his parents wanted him to be when he got older, like it would be Aaron. So like in a way he also kind of like envied him in a bit. So now that he's like, I have your staff, in my mind I feel like Syndare took that in a way that like, okay, now it's my chance to like show what I can do kind of thing. So
Yeah.
It's my time to shine.
There's some deep symbolism.
there's so much. I mean,
God,
Jacob's
he's
not
such a
here to
sweet
comment
baby
on any of
boy.
them, but I feel that we're hitting a lot of keynotes. Too close.
Like, I love Jacob so much, but Syndare,
There's
sometimes
times,
I just want to kick him in the face.
and we saw that in the same episode, because I think up until that point, Syndare had been doing like rash things where he like knocks a girl unconscious
Yeah.
and then casts Cure Wounds. Like we forgot about that.
Wait, what?
Didn't
When did he
who-
knock someone
did-
unconscious? I can't remember.
Who knocked the girl out after she had come back up?
Was it me?
Might have
No, that
been.
was. I think that was
That was Syndare?
I can't remember.
both.
Oh, did I knock her out first?
I think you got the first down, and then she came back, and then like Syndare definitely had a moment, and then he healed her, and we were like, well, what the fuck? And then she just kept coming back. Like,
didn't I slap her?
3
And like,
times.
I feel like I slapped her and it like took her down to like 0 and she passed out.
Yeah.
she only had 1 hit point.
Oh, it was because I was trying to like interrogate her and she
Yeah,
was
and she
being a
wasn't
little
given nothing.
Yeah.
She was just like, why do I need to tell you? Which in her,
I was like,
it's
you know what?
in her mind now, in retrospect, like in hindsight, like because she's not in her actual body, like why does she need to tell you anything? But at the time, you're like, we got your life on hold, girl, and she's just like, not really. I mean,
God, I hated
she's very
her.
not. She was so good to put in front of all of y'all,
You know what?
just to
when
like.
she comes back, I'm gonna annihilate her.
in
Okay,
what?
but then now you feel bad about her grandma. Like, which is it?
But it's not her. It's the body snatcher. I'm gonna kill the body
Just
snatcher.
don't say that in that particular. Usually
not
people
you.
don't. I killed her because she was the body snatcher, and it's just like this dead woman.
I didn't know that it wasn't an evil legacy.
But that was so good because up until that last point where you actually saw like evilness leave her body, you just thought this girl didn't have any care or like grasp of reality to the point like you're caught, like there's nothing you can
I'm
do.
like, I could kill
We
you.
outnumber you in this situation. But if she's never there in the first place, then like who's really got the last laugh per se?
I hated her so much.
But I when I designed her and her counterpart, I was like, these are such good characters because like,
Didn't we straight up kill her friend?
yeah, he got knocked
Or
out
is he-
first, and that was like the first time.
Was he a body snatcher too?
Mm-hmm.
Are they married?
Oh no, y'all didn't ask that specific question.
She wasn't answering any of our questions.
Which episode are we on? So starting Revelations is
cabin.
when. Okay, so we are gonna talk about when when Flint gets her necklace. Right after this break. So we'll be on episode 5. We'll have some more questions after we finish all the episodes. We're gonna play a few games and we'll probably end. But we'll be back here shortly. Don't go anywhere. Think of more questions to ask.
Yeah.
We are
Think
here.
of more questions, bro.
Oh my god.
Think of some personal questions. I'm
Yeah, we
ready.
can ask player
What
questions.
was that one question?
Except for any
Wait,
of the
which one?
ones about relations with with anything in the past that could come back. to
You
haunt
could
you
ask
in the
me
future.
those questions.
But you're back in the past. You can't have relations with yourself that would affect you in a negative way unless Nasea does something here and then goes in the future and sees what that something would cause to make her, when she goes back in the past, try and prevent that something from happening. That's also a thing.
What?
Yeah, I just broke your brain. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. I like how "yeah" was the first thing that they heard.
I'm here.
Sparkylicious, you have won the giveaway. I gotta do exclamation winner here. Winner, chicken dinner. Be sure to join the Discord. Hit up Judgy DM. Let me know that you won the giveaway, and we will get that dice sent out to you. Transitioning over, we are starting episode 5 of this whole thing. So y'all just leveled up to level 4, if I remember correctly, at the start of this episode, and y'all go into battle. This is like, I imagine the first, actually, no, Dark Blessing, y'all don't fight in that one. Y'all fight.
No, you think it's Smudgy?
Carpe Smudgy.
Very beginning Carpe Smudgy fight.
So wait, what was starting Revelations? That's when.
I've been wondering
that's
why
when your party dynamic changed and shifted, and y'all met Garmo,
Garmo,
the kobold. I forgot about Garmo.
What a cool dude.
Him. He
What
gave
was-
me my cool outfit.
Give me a bunch of potions.
So yes,
He gave me something.
Barely had to do anything.
So let's talk about that something, Brolin. You have an item given to you free of charge from a guy, and you haven't done anything with it.
I
And I'm
haven't
just
done
like, is
anything with
Brolin
it.
paying attention? And I've tried to hint at it a couple of times during long rests, and I have you like roll, and like your rolls are shit. So I'm just like, whatever.
Sweet.
What
Cool.
What is
I'm making
it?
a note later on. No, I do. I have a trinket, and I have the notes about it. There's 4 command words. I know the 4 command words. It's light, enhancement, recon, and recovery. Other than that,
Those are the.
is that not right?
Words. No,
Yeah, those are the
Oh, those are
keywords.
angel keywords? Oh.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, then all I know, it's a trinket. You're right. I don't know anything.
Mhm.
I don't know anything about it. So I'm going to make a note here.
I feel like out of all the Brolin things, this is the most unbrolin. This is more Colin than
Yeah.
Brolin.
Well, to be fair, like the encounter with Darmo, I don't think went the way you expected it to go, because we were pretty resilient to any extra conditions or like any kind of. We just were like, nah. What do you have? We'll look, but I don't know.
There was a lot of skepticism, but
Yeah.
considering what y'all had been through, the skepticism was like merited. But then you have like Nisea and Flint's aspects of it, of like, it's just a guy peddling stuff. What's the worst that could happen? Meanwhile, Colin, Elmdare, or freaking Brolin, Elmdare, and
Colin Brolin.
Syndare are just like, we don't want anything you got. Just, I'm selling free potions. Nope, we don't want any of those.
Have you
I'm
guys
like,
heard
yes, I
of
trust
Stranger
you.
Danger? Jeez.
No.
No, y'all haven't.
No.
Usually, Stranger Danger doesn't have a backpack that unravels and like makes
Yeah.
a shop.
With cool armor that can turn into a cool dress.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Let me get into your white van.
But that
Oh,
was
Andy?
that was a pivotal moment, because I think y'all were seeing that the stakes were getting higher and higher, like the stuff that he was pitching. And had we not had luck in inspo, I think Flint's whole thing would have been way different. But
No.
that was like such a clutch
Yeah.
moment. And I'm pretty sure I made those mechanics up on the fly of how you had to roll for stuff. But like, to watch Flint actually get the item was just like, ba ba ba.
We got
It
a
was
funny
great.
clip out of that one. The,
Yes.
Look at you!
Look at you.
Look at me!
Also, exclamation critical if you have not already, to enter for a second chance to win some dice. But yeah, Garmo's fun. He's headed towards Dorne, so we're probably going to see him again. But like, I don't know. I found it weird that Brolin didn't inspect any aspect of the item that he got.
Stranger Danger got the best of him in that situation, I feel.
You just forget.
But no, but I forget because it wasn't something I sought after. I don't remember how I got the trinket exactly, but it was more like you just straight up gave it to me, I think, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Just straight up, just out of the blue, here, take this. And so, yeah, I don't
Or,
know. I
like,
think
he like snuck it on your person. You like felt the weight of it on your.
Was that the objective the entire time? Was the objective to like get this item to Brolin in some way?
He's
Is that-
carrying the third Horcrux
Yeah.
Oh my god.
the whole time.
It's
we've
like,
had a vial of repose the whole time, capsule of repose the whole time.
Jesus.
Imagine like if the situation would have been different and that campfire scene caused the capsule of repose to like break. And
Imagine
y'all
if
were
I
just, like,
didn't catch it.
Imagine.
I know.
And we had to go
I
back
know,
to
but-
the whole song and dance again. I would be so mad.
Oh
There
my
was-
god.
There was so much emotion in that quick amount of time.
We
I
just
mean,
established so much trust.
yeah,
And it
yeah,
was
that
gone.
was a complete
Gone.
trust
God,
breaker.
just
That was
over,
unreal. Yeah.
over nothing. I feel like
It was nothing, yeah. And it was like such a kind of a like it was such a consent moment. Like
Yeah.
let's learn about consent today.
It pissed me off. It pissed
Yeah.
me really off.
Yeah.
And that's
It's like
it.
you
we're
don't
not there yet. That's episode 10.
Right.
We're gonna
You
get there.
don't do shit to people while they're sleeping.
So Dark
I
Blessing.
couldn't say anything though, because what I did was just as bad. I mean, it was with the trying to barter with the Lich. Like it was good intentioned, but it was just as bad. It was. So that's
but
why I
because
haven't
both
given
of y'all
Syndare
did that, Flint's reaction was like 100% of what needed to be said in that moment. Because I don't think either of y'all had like aspect or like rationalized. Okay, what happens if it
Thought about
goes the wrong way?
And like,
Yeah.
I know you haven't read the item because
I sent
otherwise,
him a novel, people. Like
Oh, I
a
haven't read
full
it.
on.
and it's a lot. It's a lot
It's
to
a
read.
lot.
I get it. But if you would just read the item, you would understand why I'm so like, don't fuck with it. Like, we're not ready to fuck with this.
Reed necklace.
I read
Like
some
I
of it.
feel like a part of it is Flint's trying to take the best of what it has in the item. Like she's like, it does these cool like things, and I like walk with the freaking. Meanwhile, she's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What do I have around my neck?
It's very much damage control of like, okay, well, this is terrible, but what is okay about it? Like, and let's like take the good. But yeah, I think I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but 100% my reaction to Syndare's actions would not have been, I mean, they still would have been strong, but if Brolin hadn't
Mhm,
also
mhm.
tried to do a very similar thing, yeah, 1000%.
I will argue to the grave that Syndare's was worse, but they were both pretty bad. I will argue to the grave because I gave warning. I kept saying like, one, he's a lich, he's gonna detect your like. We didn't even make a plan for him detecting the Dane Pen. We just went in. So I at least gave warning to be like, this is an issue. Maybe the lich can handle it.
But he didn't detect it. You offered it up
Yeah, I
before
know,
he
I
even
know, I
detected
know.
it. That is a null point. You cannot try to gaslight me into thinking that was
She's so bad. She's so bad.
I'm so mad.
Can I tell you?
Focus.
I mean, honestly, me as a person, me as a player, as soon as it played out and I saw your reaction, I don't even know if it was your reaction as Ashley or your reaction as Flynn,
I don't
but
know either.
I as a person immediately felt regret. I was just like, oh, that was not the way that I thought it was going to play out. And so there was some immediate regret, which I tried to play into Brolin. Yeah,
Good.
for sure. Yeah.
And to say it's just like, let her have her necklace.
It goes with my whole like look.
Aesthetic, like.
You mean the devil?
So episode 5 was actually all starting out traveling. You come across the cave. Y'all did have that's when I thought Nisea and Syndare were having like a heart-to-heart moment. Obviously, that went out the window. I feel like y'all build up pieces, and then something that affects either multiple party members or other party members not connect. Anyways, it causes those pieces that y'all just recently built to crumble because essentially your foundation's just like shit. Like, y'all don't know each other. Y'all are just traveling around, hanging around each other, but you're trying to build all these, like, you know, what do you want to do? Or like what you think your party should be consisted of, but it's still built on like distrust and I don't know who this fucking person is. So like the moment those aspects come out in the party, it like everything that you just built the episode before comes falling down because it wasn't based on anything solid. And that's the best way I can express every episode that happens from here on out.
Epitomized in the most recent one, I feel.
Yes. And I think until the party members come to that realization, they'll never actually get to that next level in their party. But episode 5 is when Nisea and Syndare are taking watch together, you know, after Flint's already mad at Syndare because he used Sacred Flame on Smudgy for no apparent reason.
He's just being a dick.
He's just being a dick.
It's just
But
like, pew!
Smudgy counters by being Smudgy and like lights the campfire, so like, you know, doing it strong. So that's the whole thing. Y'all go out, and then Smudgy taking the higher olive branch because obviously we know that Smudgy has like more resilience than any of Syndare's like quick comebacks. He's able to cast invisibility on Syndare so that he can sneak in very badly and see this attack that's happening with like these 3 cloaked individuals, and that's where that episode ends. And then the next episode of Carpe Smudgy is when at the end of the previous, one of those cloaked individuals sees like Flint and Smudgy, who have appeared to be hiding in a decent spot, like pinpoints them, and then they all go into an attack. Do we want to talk about first Nisea's thought process when you're attacking this guy and then you realize he's hot? Like, I want to know.
Oh, it happened?
Yeah, like in episode 6 when y'all are fighting.
It was quite simple, really.
It's quite simple, really. He turned and I looked at his face really closely.
I did. I literally just like zoomed in on the map and looked at his picture, and I was like, "Oh shit, this boy's hot."
But how do you apply that in RP? Like, I loved every minute of it.
You don't remember it? I remember it.
She's just frisky, and she's like, "How would you like to go on a date with me?" But very aggressive.
Not a date. Not a date. You went straight for the big ass. To the ball.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, I told him after. Didn't I?
I don't know. I think you went straight to
a ball.
Oh,
You're like, why are you
I
attacking me when you could be going to the ball with me instead, or something to that degree?
I think I remember. Yeah, I was like aggressively asking him to go to the ball. I was like, "You should go to the ball with me."
It's consent, but in like the barbarian way. He could have said no.
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
My question is, had he been hot, would he also be dead right now? Had he not been hot,
Had he not been hot.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
It was his beautiful face that saved his life this time.
It was a hot picture. I don't know where you're finding all these.
Thirst.com.
Like, Ellen, can you share the pictures on stream? I feel like everybody needs to see these.
All I'm saying is Pinterest needs to chill sometimes when I'm looking up character ideas. I'll
You're
just
like,
put it that way.
Thirst trap D&D.
Hot anime boys.
Show us
Hot
the hot boys.
Because Ellen is a cutie too, and I didn't know that until recently. And I'm like,
I think because you were locked in combat with him. Like, Elamdare's picture was kind of on the screen. I mean, it wasn't that Elamdare thirst trap that I dropped in chat the other day, but it's the same kind of, like, aesthetic.
Can we show them the hot boy?
Want to meet hot fighters in your area?
Mercenaries only.
Come on. They're just
Um,
ridiculous. I couldn't
it's-
help it.
Okay, I will put it in. I don't even know what part of chat I can put it in. That would make sense.
Fan art or fabled
Little
photo.
chat.
I'll put it in
But-
fan content.
I can tell you, as a veteran D&D player, that was one of the craziest things I'd ever seen.
Me?
Just play out, And
Right?
Just
I've
the
never
whole,
seen
the
it
whole
before in
thing
my
play
life
out
like that.
in as it was happening. I mean,
Sorry, I'm just a
it's
ridiculous
a-
person.
I get it because I mean, if you really want to take this apart, these guys potentially were mercenaries. They're getting paid. Like things are going south. He could still get out of this with something good. Like, sure, why not? You know, but as a player of the game, I just have never encountered a decision like that. It was fun to see for sure.
I mean, yeah. Look at their mercenaries. I'm like, bro, I'm a princess.
So
I could give you money.
for those on the Discord, I posted this character's art in fabled fan content, so you can go there and you can see it.
Live, oh my god.
But yeah, I took his face and I made an icon out of him and I put him in the thing, and I didn't think anything of it until we're actually fighting, and then
I'm like, oh yes, slay me.
Did it.
Dark
the
and
amount of
broody.
jokes that happened afterwards was just like, I couldn't have planned. Like, DMs can't plan this kind of stuff normally, but that particular aspect, I wouldn't have even, because I have a tendency to make all of my people hot. I'm sorry.
It was definitely an oh shit, he's hot moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're mid battle and I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do?
So here's the question.
Thing.
In a meta way, is Nisea being kind of having these expectations of nobility but liking dark and brooding boys, does that relate to Flint at all? Like, does Flint like dark and brooding, or is what kind of guy? Oh, sorry.
We're not to that
it could be,
episode yet.
You know, what kind of
And we haven't.
person,
We kind of touched upon it
person.
when
what kind of aesthetic?
Syndare and Flint went off to talk,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the whole thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
There's been a hint.
for anyone that's
There's been a
paying
hint.
attention, there's been hints on
Mhm.
what Flint's actual aesthetic towards others is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that makes me wonder about Peppa.
Mm.
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 Yeah.
Mm.
That is something to wonder about.
Did they or didn't they? I guess the what is it? What did we decide on?
Huh?
Sorry, I'm grabbing grapes.
Nascent.
Oh, Nescent?
Fliz.
Thea?
Flizea.
Flesea.
Flizea.
I guess that would make more sense then.
From Flint's perspective,
Yeah, Scent and
Flindare or
Syndare.
Scent and yeah, Syndare or something doesn't have the same ring.
people want it to happen so badly, and I really hate to disappoint everyone, but it just
Y'all have more of a brother-sister vibe than me, really.
we do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
We have that, like, and especially those moments where, like, we bicker, like, in whispers, and we're just like, I'm like, this is the exact dynamic that, like, yeah.
Bro dare.
Oh my
Bro,
goodness.
I feel like
No,
that's
we are.
then you can have
that's
some color,
clicking
Daddy.
too many
Opposites.
boxes that like
that crosses some lines.
we already called him
Ooh.
Papa Brolin. We can't click
Ooh,
another
Papa
box
Brolin.
for
Aaron
him
has
by
so
the
much-
same
Brolin.
people in that
Big
regard.
Daddy
We
Brolin
can't
now,
do it.
right?
Uh-huh. Zaddy.
So many
Zaddy over here.
Sad.
Oh my god.
Zaddy rolling.
Oh god.
Oh man.
So I got out why Nisea changed her fighting techniques. Anybody else, did they find that battle particularly difficult, interesting?
That battle, I think that was really fun and like frustrating in a sense, especially that guy who was like impossible to hit for the longest time. But it like, I think Flint definitely needed it to happen for that, and we had kind of talked about that a little bit too, because she was not as we mentioned like before, she's not as familiar with her patron. She wasn't as familiar with like her magical capabilities, like because of that. But now that she's in the past, that's like unlocked. So having that and having Smudgy to protect specifically was very much like that needed to happen, because that was the impetus for her kind of, you know, wanting to really give it all that she could and discovering the abilities that she does have in that way. It was frustrating though. I felt like every shot I did missed it for like a long time. But
it was in the same kind of how you were saying, like rewarding on the other end, because when it finally did connect and in that pivotal moment, like that's when you needed it most, sort of thing. And
sure.
I also like,
well, I think I got the kill shot too in a really gross way.
with Glinda. Did you do it with Glinda? Yeah.
I did.
So, for those that don't know, Glinda is the weapon that Fletch, which was a character in the prequels, used as his go back into the past weapon. So it's basically a really advanced, I think he has it as like a pistol or something. I don't know. Something like that. And then when it goes back into the past, it turns into the crossbow. So when Syndare, Flint, and Zaysa arrive in the past, Flint comes across Fletch's Glinda crossbow, and then she uses it as her pact weapon. So that's the story behind Glinda. Glinda's amazing. We love Glinda. What was your thoughts on Dark Smudgy?
I'm still so curious about that whole situation, and like I feel like that's not over. Yeah, like cuz I like Flint herself doesn't really know the origins of Smudgy. She just kind of was like, "Oh, cute. I'm going to adopt you." Like, you know, which is very much in line with her whole thing, but I think that's kind of the key to her unlocking some of these larger puzzle pieces too about herself potentially, considering they share a similar origin. Like, yeah, I'm very interested for that whole dark smudgy thing to come back and bite us in the ass in a way.
Oh my lord. Yeah. Two of them.
Brolin is happily married by to who?
I thought he was. I thought he had a wife.
No, Brolin's on the single frame.
What the fuck? Where did I hear this from?
I have no idea.
Apparently.
I thought Brolin had a wife, like a dwarf wife. I thought we made jokes about her having a beard and shit. Who was I talking to? It's the other dwarf. I have another party where I have a dwarf friend and I'm playing Nisea.
Oh.
She has two dwarf friends.
You're playing the same character in two campaigns? I say that like I am not doing that exact same thing, but
I'm playing, so Nisea is in a home campaign that I play with my friends, just for whatever. And I'm kind of playing it like this is like her earlier life. Like she's having these adventures.
She's cheating on Brolin with another
people.
married dwarf.
I mean, it makes sense that she would like be friends with two dwarves because she likes dwarves.
Ooh, does she like dwarves?
Is it like
they just get along? I don't know.
Is it like Nolan or like a brosea?
I totally thought he was married because I get my stories mixed up sometimes.
But now that you know,
Now that you know that he's on the single daddy train.
Brolin, do you want some of this? Would you like
I
some
won't
of
have to
this,
shapeshift
Brolin?
to get you to.
Oh man.
How can you resist me?
If this isn't clipped, what are you doing with your life? Like,
I thought we had a whole brother sister vibe going on too.
oh
with-
gosh.
Don't make it stepbrother.
Do we not?
Okay, first question for Ashley. How does Flint understand? Does Flint understand how warlocks work, or did she just appear in the past with cool powers?
definitely just because magic doesn't exist in the future in the same way. Like, she had no idea that these capabilities like existed in her, and I think that was like the very interesting element with like her not knowing her patron in a way. Like, that gave the opportunity for us to play with that, with the whole time travel thing. So yeah, Flint, I mean, if you ask Flint, she wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm a warlock. Like, she has no idea, I think, the source of these things that she can do, that she's discovering that she can do. So yeah, that'll be a kind of fun thing to discover in character as it is revealed.
Kate, how does Nisea feel about one day becoming Queen of Dorne?
So I feel like it's something that she knows, like, is coming, right? Like, she's, as far as we know, the only heir to the Dornish throne. So she's been kind of like preparing for that day, but also kind of dreading it in a way, because then like her adventures kind of have to come to an end and she has to be stationary and be there in Dorne leading her people. So I mean, I think she's at a stage in her life where she's like trying to experience the world and just learn more about the neighboring kingdoms and the people of Dorne and just have fun. What do they call it? Like what's that thing that? Yes, Rumspringa. That's what she's doing.
I think it's really fun because for Brolin, him being, I like to play into a lot of his thinking about the party and the other people about his age. He's like 120 years old. And I think Brolin connects with Nisea, seeing that that's what she's trying to do with this adventuring that we've been doing for the past 2 years or whatever, is sowing her wild roots, getting this life of adventure and excitement down. That's why it's always been kind of lighthearted, drinking, nothing too serious. We can bounce, we can go wherever we want. We never have to get bogged down. And so that's why I feel like Brolin was throughout the campaign so far has been checking with her, saying like, is this what you want to do? Like, what you want to do? I'm still kind of going with my whole goal here by searching, but is this what you want to do? Because you have kind of limited time potential.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting to that point where it's not, what do you want to do? It's like, what do we need to do? Because there's shit going on that's like a threat to the kingdom, and just like all of us, like all of our ways of life. So
yeah,
I mean, she obviously like has to do this stuff now. I think that's part of the reason why she's becoming more serious as the campaign goes on, just because like she can't just be,
the fun time might be over. You know, like, we did it. We had some good times, but it's time to buckle down.
Especially if her mom dies. Like, imagine all the things that go into that. Like, she would then be thrust into this role of leader, and I don't know if she's ready. Yeah.
Damn.
Deep.
I know. I feel like out of all the campaigns, we go through some very deep topics in a short period of time that all are very relevant to the characters in their like specific moments. Going into that, after y'all defeat these two, and then ask one out on a date and send him off to Dorne to go get some stuff.
How can they resist me? Let me get my
Flint
mustache.
comes across an item, and because she did the killing blow, it appears around her neck. Now, for those that want to not be spoiled, I suggest covering your ears, but we're going to go into details of what exactly is around Flint's neck, just so we are all on the same page going forward. But essentially, she has what is called my screen's acting weird. Let me pull it up. There
Oh
we go.
no.
The
I thought I
amulet
saved it
of
too.
desolation. Am I saying it right? I gave it to her. Of course I'm saying it right. So I'm just gonna read it. So this amulet is crafted from desolate Rosari crystal. Any creature attuned to this item, either by will or force, will immediately know all of the properties of this item without needing an identity spell or anything like that. This item can be freely given to a creature who wishes to receive it without any magical influence. If a new owner wishes to take any portion of this amulet's power, they must immediately perform the conditions of the bound mechanics. See below. The owner of this amulet has resistance to necrotic damage. You know, we got to sprinkle in a couple of benefits because it's a very heavy item. So the first aspect of this item is called Roses and Thorns. The individual who is bound to this amulet and chooses to wear it will have a +2 added to their charisma ability score. However, they will have a -2 subtracted from their strength ability score. Apparently, it's a heavy amulet that weighs you down. I don't know why, but we gotta sprinkle in a little bit of good to also caveat all this other shit. We're only a paragraph in. I got like 6 more to go. Okay. The second aspect of this is called Dark Blessing.
Yep.
While the amulet is on the finger or bound, I don't know, around the neck of its creature, they will use an action to give themselves 1d4 plus charisma modifier plus current level of temporary hit points. So you can give yourself a little HP boost, which we saw Flint use in episode 10 when freaking necrotic damage came her way. Whatever. This property can't be used again until the next dawn. Next paragraph. Disheartening strikes. At a -2 to hit for any spell that has a hit DC, you can choose to target a creature with a spell attack. On a hit, the creature is filled with unsettling dread. The target has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn. The creature ignores this effect if it is immune to the frightened condition. Once you use this property, you can't do so again until the next dusk. If you fail to hit, given the -2 to hit, you automatically become the effect of this property, suffering disadvantage on your next saving throw until the end of your next turn. If the target is immune to being frightened, you may reuse this property on a new target and you do not suffer that penalty. If you are immune to being frightened condition, you are exempt from the negative penalty to the saving throws. Next paragraph. Dark Desolation. The one bound to this amulet is shrouded in a mantle of darkness that clings to the frame in a moving wreath of dark sinew wisps that move with the individual, which we've seen, displayed on Flint as just like she's got permanent shadow stuff around her. The space occupied by the creature is always considered dim light and will obscure anyone standing within 10 feet of the bound individual. Could be useful.
Cool.
This is considered dim light as well, and all illumination levels within 30 feet of the target are also dim slightly. All creatures within 15 feet of this radius takes a -2 penalty on saves against being frightened, and those creatures also have disadvantage on saving throws against such effects. Creatures immune to being frightened that are standing within this radius ignore this effect. We haven't even got to the bad stuff yet, people. Next paragraph is hunger of deceit. Hunger of deceit. This amulet hungers for power. It is fueled by Rosari energy and will immediately consume any spell aimed to destroy it. Unscathed. Consequently, the user that casts spells with this amulet equipped will fuel its hunger and cause the amulet to grow in power. Whenever the wearer of the amulet casts a spell, a portion of that power will be added or absorbed by the amulet. The damage will still be the same. However, the amulet will grow in power. So if you do like fire damage, it doesn't matter. It just keeps growing. Next paragraph is Eyes of the Watch. If the individual bound to this amulet does not wear the amulet on their person, they will be consumed with an all-knowing perception that something is watching them and drawing closer to them. This sense of dread is so great, it prevents the individual from being able to sleep, even if they do not require sleep. If they go a total of 24 hours without placing the amulet on their person, they will suffer one portion of exhaustion, and it will continue each day they refuse to wear the amulet. Should the individual perish without placing the amulet on their person, for whatever reason, the amulet will return to the last individual who caused its creation, or last individual who freely gave it away. Death's departed. If a creature targets an individual bound by this item and reduces them to 0 hit points, they will receive the bound properties of this amulet if the target does not restore 1 HP within 1 minute of dropping to 0 hit points or below. They must immediately perform the conditions of the bound mechanics. And finally, the bound mechanics. This amulet is bound to a creature at all times and becomes immediately attuned to the individual who kills or freely receives it from the last owner. If the individual does not have room for attunement, it will immediately remove attunement from a random item to make room for its placement. Roll a 1d6. On a 1 to 2, remove the third or higher attunement item. On a 3 to 4, remove the second attunement. On a 5 to 6, remove the first attunement. Whenever a new creature becomes attuned to the item, they must immediately make a Wisdom DC 18 saving throw. On a fail, they immediately take 66 necrotic damage, half if saved or previously attuned to this item before. If this damage causes the creature to fall to 0 hit points, they are immediately revived with 1 HP and cannot use any spells or receive any beneficial spells until they receive a long rest. After attunement, they are immediately considered the new owner of the amulet. Considering this item is bound to the individual, it cannot be discarded for any reason. Should the item be out of range of the bound owner for more than 30 feet, it will immediately reappear back on their person, and they must make the save DC 18 from the bound mechanics immediately for careless ownership. And that, ladies and gents, is what's around Flint's neck.
That's why we don't fuck with it.
It's not so easy to just give it up.
Because even if the Lich gets it, like, either Flint has to stay there within 30 feet, but if she leaves, it's going to reappear.
Yeah.
And she's going to take more damage, and it's just going to be a whole mess of stuff. So that's where we're at.
And it does some good stuff. So.
I feel like it's very minimal good stuff compared to all the bad stuff. Like the dread, if you take it off and you can't sleep, that's a whole thing. Imagine if you take it off and someone like puts you in an area that's like 25 feet away and just waits for you to die. They know what it does, and they know how far you have to be from it, and they just wait. Not to add existential dread in your mind, but that's something that could happen. Especially if someone sees it that knows what it does. I'm not gonna say it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's I'm in a bad
It's a
spot.
whole thing. So like when Brolin's like, here, you could take this, and then when freaking Syndare's like, let me see what this capsule does around it, it's
That's
just
not how
like
it works.
Hey, again, mine wasn't as bad. Mine involved one crazy powerful magic item. His involved touching two of them together.
What a turd.
That's worse.
You're both
Worse.
wrong.
They were both
Both
wrong,
wrong.
but his is worse.
I wish that Jacob was here to like just defend himself. I feel like we've been
We've been like that fucking Syndare. Fight me.
that timing though.
You didn't have it on the whole time.
I
though,
know.
Did you? You just
Fight
Did
me,
she?
puppet.
Did
That was
she? Did
quick.
she
That
know?
was seamless. Seamless.
Too bad
Aw.
Syndare wasn't here to learn a valuable lesson about.
I've listened and I'm very contrite about all of my actions. Flint is right about everything, and I'll never fuck with her again.
You know what? I'm gonna hold you to this, Jake.
You know he's going to though.
Oh my god.
He
he's
will.
Like,
Oh my
he's like,
God.
I was doing it for the greater good, and I'm just like, meh.
So, I feel like
Right
y'all
to
got
college.
that item, and then y'all continued on a little bit more, and then like we might have wrapped up. But episode 7 happens, and that's when you come across the old lady. That's the daughter, grandmother of the woman that got killed. That's the woodworker's daughter, whatever, back in Dorne, that was possessed, that y'all didn't know was possessed because
The
she was just
woodworker's
being
daughter.
evil. Anyway, that was a whole thing.
Yeah, I was kind of upset that even happened. That we like killed an innocent young girl, but you know, whatever. Save one, kill another. Who fucking cares? You know.
Punched her to death.
She got attacked so many
After her.
times. She got attacked a lot,
I just slapped her in the face because she was being a tart.
to be fair.
Is that a thing? Being a tart?
She was being a tat.
Thrown around often. I like it though.
But what's important about Feared Outliners is that's when you encounter the two halfling twins, but in separate spaces. So you continue onward, and your party gets split, and it's Brolin, Nisea, and Elamdare, and then Flint, Smudgy, and Syndare traveling in different aspects, and you meet two of the different twins, technically, halfling brothers. How did you like their different dynamics as far as what they put you through? Because obviously the one that was with Flint and them was just like over the whole situation, and then the other one kind of seemed to like respect his job of what he had to do, like figure out what the people's fears were. So their personalities were like vastly different from each other.
Yeah. I would have liked to encounter the one that the other two encountered. I feel like that would have been really funny. I liked him. He was just like, yeah, well, whatever.
He was done with their shit. He saw them argue back and forth
Well, that's
about
gonna s-
the most menial task. Well, it
It's
wasn't
like, are you
menial,
guys ready
but-
yet? Okay, fine.
I still, to this point, I think one of my favorite moments of the campaign, probably my top moment, is you and Syndare, which I picture like holding each other's wrists and freaking out in that forest with all the eyes staring at you two. That to me was the iconic
I love
moment.
that.
Yeah, that was a very cool moment.
Hilarious.
I consider that peak Flint Syndare dynamic. That moment, and
Yeah.
that moment where he's like, "Have you guys decided?" And I was like, "Yes." And Syndare's
No.
like, us in a nutshell. I thought was so perfect. But I think like it fits.
You're like, yeah.
Like mismatch or like alternately match with the other halflings, like it wouldn't have fit with our dynamics, you know. I think it was just juxtaposed enough to where like it influenced us to like make the decision of, you know, like, we needed someone who wasn't going to put up with our bullshit because all we are is bullshit, and you guys needed someone who was going to offer some bullshit because you're no bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was like, it was a nice mix. And like, also too, watching, because you guys encountered yours first, and watching that happen, and then us following that up and kind of setting that expectation of like, oh, okay, it's gonna be like this, and then it being kind of the opposite was, I think, really perfect. And also the way that we dealt with this situation was completely opposite, but we still arrived at the same conclusion to just like yell out into the nothingness. Like, it was so, I love that episode. That may be one of my favorites, just for like those moments. I feel like character-wise.
That was a really cool episode.
I think that this is the episode where I had the note. I needed to ask, did you guys consider bouncing? And I think it's because in that moment where it was just you and Syndare, I think maybe it was brought up then, just briefly, that you guys could just go.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I wrote that down.
Yeah, I think we were like, I mean, we could just, you know, but, you know, we also, I think, honestly, Syndare was the one who really anchored us to that point of being like, well, we have to help the girl, and Flint's like, oh, yeah, duh, that's the reason we're here.
Yeah.
It's not like malicious on her part, it's just like, she's so ADHD as like a character, just kind of like, wait, what were we doing? Oh.
He's got like this crazy thing about helping that girl. And I'm just like, you know what? I get it.
He explained it about it being this latch on. He latches on to the first chance to be the hero.
The hero, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what I think was a really artful move on your behalf, Stacks, like as DM, to give us something that we would all connect to for different reasons. Like, it gave Jacob a chance to be a hero. Flint sees herself in this like little orphan kid, and then, you know, I think for Kate, for, you know, Nesea, it's like, oh, well, this is one of my people, like I have to, like, you know what I mean? Like, everyone had a different reason for connecting to that.
Right.
It still led to the same exact conclusion, like, we have to do this. Like, I that was a very artful thing to give us as like our first hurdle.
I feel like, I mean, yeah, like Nesea has like sympathy for the girl, but I think it's also more like, we can't have these haglings doing shady shit in my city.
Fair enough.
I don't know. To Nesea, it's like, okay, she's with the magic people, they can handle it, you know. You know, but I guess there's more that needs to be done.
I love it. I love it all. Because, like, I already know, like, what I have planned for, like, future stuff, but because y'all don't know it, to see what your ideas and stances are currently is, like, good. Because obviously
we're
I'm
giving you
that,
plotting fuel,
and then I'm
aren't
gonna
we?
like
totally,
twist it
yeah.
into everything. But yeah,
and I sure wish that Jacob was here.
So
the
biggest,
Can I put it back on?
the biggest thing
so funny.
that came out of that episode was that we found out what technically Brolin's fears were, what Nesea's fears were. We realized how Flint and Syndare would act if it was just them in this whole situation. It's just like a push through, like, we gotta take the next step. Okay, we're gonna take the next step. Okay, we took it. It's just like a whole thing. So I love all of that. But the next episode is when I, as DM, take all of the stuff that I just saw, and then I like redirect it back at you to see how you react to what you just gave me. I'm giving it back. So obviously, like, we didn't find out what Flint's fears were. We didn't find out what Syndare's fears were, but that was more or less on dynamics of the scene as a whole, because you don't want to repeat yourself too much. When it came to this next episode, though, it was very difficult in my mind because I knew I had to pace it right. So I knew in my mind, just going in, if I do what I'm going to do to Syndare, because I already know, I can't put Kate right after. Like, I can't do those two. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna start out fairly easy. We're gonna do Brolin's, and then we're gonna switch over and we're gonna do Jacob's thing. Then we're gonna do Flint's thing. We're gonna come back to Jacob. We're gonna finish out with Kate, and then we're gonna wrap it up, and we're gonna put a little neat bow on this little craziness and push him through to the next stuff. But Brolin, first initial like reaction when you're like famous Brolin, based on like what you already told the dude back in the place. Did you realize this was the fame that you had immediately, or was that something that like came into like it was like infamous fame rather than like super popular fame, I guess?
No, it wasn't immediate at all. No, for sure. I didn't know. Again, I think I expressed it. I felt like I did get off the hook easily, but then it really, for me, didn't sink in until Nasea's part. Because we were connected, that's, you know, that just like connected it to like the reality of it being a possibility. So now knowing that, okay, I'm infamous for something, that's fine. I can, you know, it's very much like, Brolin very much is like, figure out the things you can control and change them. You know, figure out the things you can change and change them. So he saw this, he was like, I can change that. That's just me changing how I'm perceived, that's easy. But then when it came to Nasea, it was like, oh, this is not in my control. This is going to be more in her control. And I've got to be there for her. But it's not so much me just changing how everyone's going to perceive me, because it's bigger than that.
And then obviously Jacob. I did a 1-over on Jacob because I knew, so Jacob to this point had always been, you know, when he's back in time and he can do magic and all this other stuff, he feels important. He's trying to find like a semblance of worth. But Jacob, when you woke up and you were in the hospital, what were your immediate thoughts?
Oh, you know, I kind of always thought things were gonna go that way. But yeah, it was a really emotional time, and can I speak for just a moment on that? Yeah, it was very hard to watch. It was so good. It was so cinematic, and the way that like you played it off, and like of course that would be the thing that absolutely like twisted the knife for Syndare. Yeah, and like it was played off so well. And I think to speak to your role play, Jacob, you handled it so well, where you just like went along with it and like lived in that moment and in that fear and realization so well. Thank you. That like it was so like that scene played out so beautifully. Like I immediately, as soon as that episode ended, I went back and rewatched like all the Syndare and like Nasea bits, because I was like, I just have to like live that again, because like watching it even as a player like in the game, I was like, this is so cinematic and beautiful right now. Yeah, and like Ashley was in shock the whole time. I know. And like, you know, I think it was very Jacob, you handled it really beautifully. Thanks.
I mean, yes, Jacob, you did exceptionally compared to like, I don't think I give any of y'all hints that I'm about to fuck up your world right before I fuck up your world. But I love how y'all are able to like stick to character and stick to those moments when I'm, you know, being a little shit, essentially. But for Jacob, because I knew that one was going to hit so hard, as again, like similar to like how I knew when I did Brolin's thing that I was going to add in Queenslayer to Kate's bit, as I was RPing with Jacob, like other things were starting to chime. I was like, oh, I can add in this. So I was like, Angel's going to be on the overhead thing. So it's like he's been listening to Angel the whole time in his head.
What a beautiful touch.
And then I'm going to make Elamdare his doctor. Because why wouldn't Elamdare be his doctor? Like,
Was it a hot doctor?
And it's just, it all came together just like, without me even having to like stop our actual RP session back and forth. I'm just like, I'm just gonna add this in. I'm just gonna add this in. But I knew, because I was destroying his world so hard, that Smudgy was gonna be like that anchor to show that, no, you're not crazy. Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? Let's get back to it. What do you mean you don't got magic? Like, come on.
He's
But
like,
it
I'm
also
hallucinating.
it also helped to make his relationship with Smudgy better, because like when you're in a position like, because we've seen the Buffy episode, we've seen all the episodes where they wake up and they're in the insane asylum, and it's just like, that's the worst fear. That's like, because you can't get out of it. It's like your word against theirs, and they think you're crazy, so you're automatically like notched down a few seconds. So I think that scene was like very good, but it also helped Syndare to realize how important his job back in the past and how important he feels when he's back in the past kind of resonates and makes it seem like, you know, when he's back there, all this other stuff is worth it, because we're doing something that I can't do in the future. I can't do this in the Fifth Age. So that was a good scene to do. But we also transitioned over to Flint shortly after.
Like, get
Can
out
I,
of here.
can I say something real quick? Because just like an overall thought I have about Syndare's character is like all these TV shows that are like, what is it, the meth one, or like Weeds, where like there's a main character who always just falls a little bit short. You know, it's like you root for him because they're so close to getting out of this mess or something, you know, but then they make one bad decision, it all comes crumbling down. I feel like that's a little bit of Syndare's story, but I want to ask Jacob, I want to know, like, did he create the character with like a certain amount of complexity? He was like, I'm going to resolve this, I'm going to resolve this, I'm going to resolve this. And then now you, Stacks, are loading more onto his plate. I'm wondering if he's sitting there just going, I can't juggle all this. Like, there's so much there. I don't know. How do you feel, Jacob?
Well, to be honest, I feel like the familial dynamics are super built into my character. You know what I mean? Like, that's like a whole thing. But, you know, I don't super want to extrapolate on that because that's like so deep and, you know, who really knows? But, yeah.
His glasses. They've reached that point.
I still can't get over how those two little flowers look like ears like on top of his head. Or they did.
I'm really proud of. I can't stop looking at my shitty Pikachu.
It's so good. It's so good.
Anyway,
I love it.
Yeah, go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
But ooh, I was gonna say something there.
Flint.
You need to send him a picture of this.
Be like, this is you. I hope you like it. Flint, we touched on a couple of things with Flint's character.
Yeah.
We introduced Pepper, but more importantly, for like the briefest of moments, because again, I didn't want to bog it down too much. Flint got to see another side of the Guardian that she'd never seen before. And what were your like initial thoughts?
I think
it's like, okay, so everything's different in this future world for whatever reason. Maybe a ripple happens and like y'all come to the future and like everything's changed. But because of that, the Guardian's now this. So
I think, like, as a player, I had it in my mind, and this I kind of regret, but also in, like, the scope of the full episode, I think I had, like, I felt compelled to in a way, where, like, Flint was just not going to, knew this was an illusion, and, like, was fully going into it, realizing that. But at the same time, that, like, I think seeing Pepper and, like, that blast from the past a little bit was, like, a comfort enough to where she was willing to, like, okay, well, I'm gonna play into this because I kind of still wish that things were like this.
because, you know, like Pepper is like a childhood friend slash a little bit more slash maybe Flint felt a little bit more than Pepper did at a point, and like that's kind of still a raw element there. And so playing into that like dynamic again, I think was a comfort enough to where she was like, okay, this may be an illusion, but it's not all bad. But then when like she runs into the Guardian and he's just like this rando underground who doesn't know who she, like that hurt, and that I did not expect. And like figuring out Flint's kind of, because I think Flint's first reaction in situations like that is like deflect and like, you know, push it aside and just like, okay, I'm just gonna like get through this, like this is all, you know, whatever. But I think that was kind of hard to do because that was definitely a surprise in that moment. But yeah, you pulled out a bunch of like, it was a battle between
I was gaslighting the fuck out.
and it was like this weird like dichotomy between like wanting to play into that nostalgia and wanting that relationship with Pepper and like wanting that kind of to like play into that comfort again, but then also like it wasn't worth it if this is what the Guardian was going to be, because like realistically like that's the biggest kind of influence in her life. Like so like I think that kind of snapped her out of the fantasy of it a little bit. And then obviously when she runs into Syndare and Smudgy and then they're like, oh, this is all crazy, and like I think it was hard because like Ashley and Flint too like feels guilt for the fact that Pepper like took the fall in that moment, but because of that moment with the Guardian and like being so dissuaded is the wrong word, but being so like resistant to that being the future and being so convinced like, well, this isn't going to be like my reality, like that kind of snapped her out to where like she didn't feel that guilt anymore because she just like completely disassociated from what that reality was. But yeah, that was a lot, and it was a lot of heavy like, and it was also a lot of, not to be meta, but like a little bit of Ashley being like, okay, a lot of heavy stuff is happening. Maybe I can just kind of like not be as super like heavy with it, even though like, you know, Flint is processing everything the way that she would. Like it was still also like, we'll play into it, but also not really. That episode was so good. Like, I just cannot.
We've said that about the last 3 episodes.
I know.
She's like, that's my favorite episode.
They're all good.
This is my favorite episode. It just gets so good overall because everything's like even the things you don't think is relevant. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna pause. Thank you, Plot Hunters, for the rate of 18. Welcome. We are doing a Fate After Dark session where we recap the last 10 episodes pretty much. We are on episode, don't quote me, don't at me,
I have it.
episode
11. We'll be
8.
at 11.
Well, we'll go into
I
episode
see.
11. We're recapping to the point now. We're at episode 8, but we're going through. So if you haven't seen us before, we play here every Saturday night, excluding like the last Saturdays of the week or the month. The week. Yeah. So every Saturday. Bye. But what was I going to say? Come check us out at 6 p.m. Pacific, and you can see all the shenanigans that we are talking about. We were on a very clutch episode where they had to experience some things, but more importantly, after that, after y'all left, Nisea, you had to go through some stuff. And I believe, Kate, you told me that when you were appearing and you like were wearing the dress and stuff, like it hadn't clicked in that moment. You were saying like it wasn't until you walked in and there was people dressed in black on left and right that you knew like, oh, this is what I'm going into.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what were your thoughts like when Brolin arrived, I guess, essentially, and you just had to go through the door, the only door that was option to go through?
I don't know. know. Like I was surprised. Like I didn't know if that was like actually Brolin or like if it was just like a part of that experience. But when we started talking a bit, like I think that she was like, okay, well, it's probably him. But yeah, like the dressing in black didn't really like trigger anything for me because like in real life, like I wear a lot of black and like little black dresses and shit. Like that's this, you know, that's normal. So yeah, I didn't realize it was the funeral until we went outside and saw everybody else in black. But then immediately I knew and I was just like, oh shit. And like Brolin's trying to talk to me.
But y'all did have a moment. Y'all like got up there and y'all were talking about like how it's not real and.
But it was like, as soon as I like realized what was going on, like Brolin was talking to me, and she was just like, she like couldn't listen or like say anything in response, and she just had to like go, like she had to like walk up and see for herself what was going on. Yeah.
And it was all fine and dandy until you talked to the man at the podium. The elf.
It was not
there.
fine and dandy.
I
It
mean,
wasn't fun and it was
I
manageable.
was weepy.
It was manageable.
It was manageable.
I had tears in my
Manageable.
eyes.
Yeah, and then I made those freaking suckers overflow.
Yeah, you did.
What was your immediate thoughts when you heard the man address you as the Queenslayer? Like, essentially as the person that killed your own mother.
I was like, oh fuck. I was shocked.
That's Kate's oh fuck.
Yeah, like I mean, the realization was just like you could see the moment, like if you look at the clips and shit. Like, I was just like, holy shit. Yeah. Just yeah, her finding that out, like I'm pretty sure that I acted it out pretty well. Like the way that she responded was just, yeah. Shocked.
That was intense. And
like disbelief for sure.
I had to like hold it together because I'm like, I'm fucking doing this. I'm doing this. Okay, I'm gonna say it. And then I said it and I was like, I fucking said it. And I was like, I can't take it back. Okay, we gotta go with the moment. She's gonna be mad at you, but go with the moment.
It was the chanting for me.
Queen Slayer, long may she reign.
Yeah, you said it twice, 2 times through, and like Nisea is just like she can't.
Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, she's like just stuck listening to them say this shit, and she's just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Because that's like the one, she respects her mother so much, and like she thinks she's just a very strong woman and like a great leader. And I think that she's like trying to fill her shoes someday, you know, and they're like big shoes to fill. And to like be the one to end her life is just like impossible for Nisea. Like, no fucking way.
And I think that it just was so away from expected. I think that, you know, me thinking about her situation going into it, you think, Lich, what are they going to show? Your fears and stuff. You're going to show your loved ones being hurt. You're going to show your loved ones dying. Not this cerebral after the fact, like it's already done. You don't even get to see it. You don't get to see how it happened. You just see the new reality. And that, I think, in the end, was way harder than, I don't know. That's a good question. Is that way harder than you seeing your mom being hurt or something like that? And I think in the end it is.
I think because it's so far away from something that like Nisea would do, it's similar to like Brolin trying to figure out how Angel works in the future. Because her mind can't wrap around like why she would ever kill her mother. It was like a complete disconnect that was just like, there's no way, like how she would say, like, there's no way I would kill my mother. There's no way. Like, what are you talking about? So, I think had it been different, like had I shown Nisea like attacking her mom and her mom's like this evil woman that's like nothing, she could like, you know, twist it in a way that's like, that's not my mother. Like, this isn't like who she is, so she can justify it a little bit more. But because she's still was the woman, at least, you know, in the casket, that she knew, and now this is like the only thing she has left to grasp from it all. It was just like, it doesn't make any sense. So I think
Then you threw in that other vision, and now I'm just like,
oh yeah, that's on the next episode.
That's the next
Yeah.
episode.
Jesus Christ. I was
But
just
well,
like,
no, that's 2 episodes from now, because in the next episode you all gather and you speak to the woman, and you all get to meet the lich that you all been dying to not meet. I don't know. Like,
and he was wackadoo.
he was crazy. He
Chris
was insane.
Sizemore.
Chris Sizemore
Oh, yeah.
was playing Valgotha.
Yeah,
the
he
lich.
did such a good job.
I
He
was
did.
just
And he
like,
sang that whole
The
number.
whole song.
he
That was
sang
awesome.
it all, and I was just
Oh,
we
custom.
made it up on the cuff to like fit, you know, y'all's dynamic, because that's not like the original lyrics for the OG song. And he was
Uh-huh.
like, so what do I know about them? Like, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, well, you just put them through these trials and they're not happy about it. So here you are. Sorry. They're probably going to try and attack you. I don't know. Just be prepared. But you're level 20, so don't hit them because you're going to kill them. So it was just like a whole thing. And he played it off like super well, to the fact that it was almost like, because I always imagined Valgotha as a lich that used to be like your typical lich, but he's been around for so long that he's just now nonchalant about everything. Like,
He's just
yeah,
pretty chill.
I have the ability to lay waste to these lands, but I'm just gonna play ping pong in the background. Like, oh, it was so great. And
Mhm.
to see Syndare, like, you know, ping pong challenging him was just like, I didn't know I needed
It's
this in
just,
my life,
again-
but apparently I need this in my life.
Yeah.
I have trouble understanding Syndare
Yes,
because sometimes he is
He does
scared
things.
of the smallest thing, and sometimes he acts like he has the biggest whatever. You know, like
the
he
biggest
just-
courage
yeah.
out
the
of
big
everyone
stick,
in the
yeah,
room.
biggest stick.
Cojones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a I want to know how he decides going into each new encounter whether we get swinging Syndare or if we get Cindy Windy.
I feel like it's fully like fueled by what he thinks other people want, though, and I think that that's like his whole deal. Like he
Mhm.
knew, like, and I think he kind of said this in the episode a little bit. Like he knew like the lich wanted that kind of thing, so he was willing to play into that. And so in a way, it's like the same Syndare that's very like people pleasing and kind of like, you know, looking for that kind of outside validation in a way. But it does make him do some batshit stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, what the? Because, yeah, there was this moment where, like, we're trying to just bargain with this guy and get out of there. And he's like, well, I'm going to play ping pong with him. It's like, what the fuck is happening? I think that whole episode, like, that was both Ashley and Flint's mind things. Just, what is happening?
Yeah.
We
Like-
all broed out with the lich for a tiny bit, except Ness. All of us had some kind of weird
was
moment
like,
where we were like, yeah, cool.
Sky. I was like,
Ness
fuck
was
yeah,
done
man.
with him the moment y'all entered the
Moment.
space.
I was not handling any of his ridiculousness.
Because like even like the cat leading y'all to the lair area, she's just like, why can't you just you want us to go in there? Just say you want us to go in there. Like, we're done with all this like parlor trick stuff. Like,
Yeah.
get to the point. So she was very much
Oh, was
done.
I was like, why couldn't you just walk us over there? Why do you have to be a cat?
Well, after you had gone, what you had gone through, it made sense for both you and, like, I think Syndare and bro, I mean, all of you to a degree to, like, have that
I
kind
mean,
of,
everybody should have been feeling probably the same way
I
as
I nest up Ness.
You did.
You
You
nest her
truly
up.
fucked her. Like she is irreparably damaged.
And normally this aspect comes out later in the campaign, but
She's an
I'm-
adult now.
I'm glad it's here early just to see. But I think because I pitched it to Sizemore, I was like, I can play Velgotha. Like, I've obviously played him before, but if you're free to do it, I would like to see your aspect of how you would play Valgotha. So I think it was nice just to, because of how crazy a shift it was from the last episode to this one, like night and day. The Lich had made himself to be like this big, great, and powerful, and then you look behind the curtain and it's just like a cat in a tutu. You're just like, what is going on right now? But that whole, like, I couldn't have planned any of it. And
like, she couldn't even be mad at him because he was so fucking out of his mind.
yeah, he
She
was
just
so
like, what?
away from
It's like he doesn't even know like what he did to us, or like what was done to us. I don't even know if he was responsible for it at that point.
Oh, so the aspect of the test that you all went through, basically it takes what's already in your mind and it reflects it in a way that shows you a potentiality of your potential future. So when it was getting versed, there's a potential. Note it, because y'all are time traveling, whatever, your realities can be vastly different than, like, I don't know, a crazy person that just comes across Velgotha or whatnot. Like, their life's going to be very skewed one way or the other. But because if like Flint and Syndare go back to the future and it causes a ripple and it changes everything around you, and now your mother's this crazy person, like that could literally be what you're facing. And then similarly, because ripples do things, like Elamdare said, like Syndare's mother used to have a brother, and then they did a trip back to the future and now he's not a thing anymore. So time affects everything, but it doesn't affect those jumpers. So they're the only ones conscious of the fact that something's off in this new reality. So when that sinks in, that could be also a like, I don't like all of you in your own volition, because I found it interesting that Syndare made it seem like he actually had control over something that like literally none of y'all have control over, which is time. And I like it because I don't know if it's settled, like if the dust has settled for everything that has happened with the Lich experience, because y'all really haven't had a chance to process all of it without having to move on to the next objective. Like, you got the item, okay, now we have to take the item back and we have to figure out if we're going to give it to the hags or we're going to do something else with it. Like, you don't have time to sit down and be like, what ifs of possibilities that may or may not happen, because those aren't things in your control right now. The things in your control is getting this item to the hags or not getting the item to the hags. So that was a good thing. And I loved how, because I don't even know if I would have played it that way, I loved how nonchalant the Lich was about like any problems that y'all had. You'd be like, you know what you did to us? He's like, I don't know, it's Wednesday, what did I do? Like,
when you told us there was like a special guest to like, and I knew it was gonna be the Lich, but I was like going through the cast in my mind, trying to like set an expectation. I was like, okay, well, if it's this person, maybe they'll play it like this, and if it's this person, maybe that was the last thing I would have ever expected, but it fit so well. It was like, yeah, I'm so mad that everyone else, because you were like, y'all tell you who it is, and everyone was like, no, don't tell us, and I'm mad because I want to know.
Ashley is always about, give me the spoilers. I'll take the spoilers.
I like secrets, but
I was so surprised, and I'm glad that we kept it a secret. I think it was a nice little secret. Honestly, I thought it was gonna be GW. Like, I was like,
I thought it may have been as well.
yeah, I was like
Thinking what dynamic that would be, and then
that would have been so different. Yeah,
I thought it was FNH Paul.
How would it have been so different too?
It would have been so different, yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm so.
I like how I have so many people I could just draw from and be like, you want
yeah.
to secretly show up to our episode next
It's gotta play my boyfriend.
time. Right? Blackwater D&D, are you in the house? No, I'm joking. Oh my gosh. But that was a good episode. Obviously, I ended it on the cliffhanger with Nasea's vision about her mother. And then we went into episode 10, which is our most recent. Which I didn't think that, I thought it was just going to be a regular camp night. I was going to have to figure out something. And then Syndare pulls out the freaking hotness. And So anybody that doesn't know who I am as a DM, I will give you an inch and make it seem like it's a mile, knowing full well it's an inch, but I will make it all day seem like a mile just to like see how you react in certain situations. And that's nothing against how y'all should, take anything I give you in the future. But when I started talking to Syndare in his head, I knew that moment when he felt defeated by all of you because he had just attacked Flint and everyone's like, what the fuck's in there? What are you doing? Like, we just talked about this. And he went off to like sulk. I was like, this is the time for me to step in and offer him a solution to his current predicament.
God damn it. He's gonna be the big bad.
But
It
it's
was
so
good.
It's so good because you see the back and forth of him considering his options.
Yeah, Mother Ukodor is out.
Mother Ukodor is
She's
like,
out.
new number, who dis?
Yeah, no more
He need
mama.
to find an LL freaking monument, something, a statue, a tree, I don't know, and like be like, Mother, can you hear me?
I truly do not know how he could have resisted. Because literally, you were so that I would have fallen. I would have been like, you know
I was
what?
just saying everything that he wanted to hear in that moment.
Yep.
And I was wording
And
it
his-
in a way that,
Yep. Oh, totally.
I'm not lying.
When you answered, like he asked some question that was definitely this is the Syndare tipping point question. Like, will I still be able to? What'd you say? It's like, will I still be able to protect my friends?
Mm-hmm.
And you said yes. That I think was the one where he goes, well, he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
I think it was more like
Gonna
he
do
had
it.
more power to help his friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
You followed up with yes and like more power or something. All the power is I think is what
Yeah.
you said.
I adapt Syndare to a being of chaos that wants to do good. Like, that's what his purpose is. But how he does it, like how he gets from point A to point B, doesn't matter as long as the end result is we did the good.
Yeah.
Like, we might have laid waste.
That's
to,
what
like,
I was saying. I'm
all this
like,
other
he's
stuff.
just gonna step all over everybody to get what he wants, like to get the greater good. And to say it's just like, let me drink, like let me drink and date hot boys.
And obviously, if he knows in hindsight, like, what his actions would do, he probably wouldn't do them. Like, if he would have known necrotic energy is going to rush through Flint's veins, that 100% he wouldn't have done it. Like,
It's like he's just trying to help.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's always like, I'm just trying to help. But it's like,
But the thing we're gonna have to drill into his head is this is not time for trial and error. You can't just decide that this is the way it should be done and go do it.
Yeah, Brolin.
So,
I
so
wish
this
he
is
was
the thing
here. So
I
we could
caveat to that,
so that we
Brolin,
can talk about this shit.
is that sounds like a parent. You know, when your parents are like,
I
don't go
know, I
do
know.
this.
Mhm,
It's
mhm.
not good for you.
I know.
And I'm sure in a way the kid's like,
no,
yeah, I
no,
know it's not
we're-
good for
we're
me,
not-
but as soon as you
we're
turn
not
your
gonna do
back, guess what I'm about to go do?
Yeah.
Gonna
and
go eat that
because-
dirt.
Syndare believes wholeheartedly that his actions are good driven, that even if you're like, don't do it this way because we should do it this way, he's probably still going to do it the other way because he thinks if he does it that way, at least he'll know that he's doing what he feels is good overall.
He
It's
justifies
just-
it to himself.
Yeah. It becomes of a thing. It's just not that simple. It's just not that simple.
Yeah.
There's always more involved.
And especially without like taking other people into account. It's the greater good at the cost of anything because it's such tunnel vision. And I think that now with this new power unlocked, that's going to become an even more dangerous dynamic that like Flint is terrified for once she becomes privy to it, but Ashley is so stoked to see come into play. Like, I am so excited to see like how that is going to change things, and I think you've given him such a cool toolbox to play with in that way, especially considering his like inclinations towards, you know, this greater good that is, of course, like only takes into consideration that big picture, but not even like the full big picture, only the big picture to his own scope. Like, he's not thinking of anyone else's, like,
I love it
We all just
because we never see how the BBEG is created. Like, it just shows up and it's like, I'm destroying the world, and you're like, okay, whatever, we're gonna destroy or defeat you. But by this aspect, I am giving Syndare some freedoms to pretty much pave his own way into the future, and depending on his choices will determine, like, is he leaning more towards big bad evil, or is he actually going to like overcome all of this and actually, you know, be good? But to watch it in a play-by-play, you're just like, it's like a train wreck. You can't look away.
To that point, though, he immediately flipped 180 and was super apologetic and sincere. But I haven't decided if Brolin is 100% on board that sincerity train yet. So, like,
sincere.
But it was
Are you
so
sure?
quick,
He got a little bit of power, and he like,
we don't know about
he
the power.
he checked Brolin. It was like, if you hit me again, I'm gonna put you in your place.
And then I was like, I'll fuck you both
I'll
up.
fuck you both up. Keep
Like,
it
you
up.
both shut up and sit down. Nessa's not fucking around, man. But
we're seeing so many aspects of each character that I didn't think I would have to see this early on in the campaign. Like, for Flint to have to reiterate, like, stop fucking with the necklace, or Nisea to be like, come on, guys, come on, just holding the capsule, like the thing that y'all came all this way, went through all this shit just to get, and now it's just like flung around like freaking.
I think Brolin deserves a little bit of leeway because he put a lot of trust in Syndare in that moment.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a betrayal.
In that moment,
yeah, it was,
he went
definitely
way outside his box. He was just like, "Here it is, Syndare."
You tried
it
and it backfired.
I'm
It
going to
blew
trust-
straight up in your face.
Completely.
That was a level of giving up control that I would have never expected from Brolin, because that is what I see that you were trying to like expand your limits in that way, but you know, maybe like choose those moments.
What could he do otherwise? Like, how would Syndare respond if Brolin didn't?
Negative.
There
He
was
would
no
just be like, "Oh, I see. You don't trust me."
There was no
I'm a baby.
beneficial option.
I'm just a baby.
Not grayed out in that like moment at the time. Like, Brolin and Syndare, because they don't have a kinship like that option was like not available. Brolin being able to trust him enough to know, and Syndare knowing that like what he was offering was like a really big deal for Brolin.
I don't know if Syndare knows that.
Yeah, he doesn't, because he doesn't know
I don't think
Brolin.
he does. Yeah.
But it's so good because, I mean, I'm gonna be taking notes in the background, and I'm gonna put situations that like affect all this and that will be affected by all this, because like I feel like D&D is a way for you to not only be characters that you can never be ever, but also to enact emotions and other things and see aspects of yourself through your characters usually, but aspects of yourself that you didn't think you had in you, essentially. And it's fun, especially when there's like a bit of chaos. I'm just gonna.
I know 100%. I don't do well giving up control.
It's the best moment.
I don't need to see that. I already know.
Like the best D&D moments and best like character moments, like if you're like acting or whatever, or when you feel like you're purely on autopilot, like just reacting as that person. And I think that that's something that I think we've all experienced in this game a little bit that I think is really interesting. Like when we all get to that point, like I feel like our dynamic is so strong because like I can see that, like I see when Brolin is being Colin, but like in like that best way where it's like you're reacting to like these outside situations that like Colin's never gonna encounter, but like you're doing it as Brolin, and it's so interesting. But then like, you know, on the flip, Ashley as Flint is just like living her most chaotic life, but it's also like very much rooted in like, you know, the kind of impulse that Ashley would live in. Like it's so fun when I feel like we click into that like mode, and I think that we all kind of do that at times, and it's just really nice to be able to feel like safe to do that in a group, and B, like have that character dynamic to where we still balance each other out so well when we do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I find it fascinating that like I think you go into the campaign thinking these are the points that are probably going to come out first, and these are the points that, you know, people start asking questions, they might delve a little deeper and find these little points. But then as you're going, you realize you didn't even have an idea of the points that are going to come out first because you just didn't. They're questions that you didn't even think about. And Stax, I remember Stax asking me about something with role playing, and I was just like, they've never asked Brolin really about where he came from and stuff. Really, like it never came, but like not in a bad way. I think it goes to show how the group reacts to Brolin's kind of not strict, but just straightforward. Like, guys, this is what we got to do. Let's do this. Let's do the plan. Let's do that. I think it makes the group automatically go, this is his role, and we'll figure out more once things die down. We'll figure out more about his backstory or something like that. But speaking of dying down, I am interested to see coming up, like if we get to Dorne and let's say we have 3 days before the ball or something. I think it's something like that. You know, like I feel like we've been through so much that it would make sense if all of us need a little time to process stuff. But at the same time, we've been through so much that I feel like if all of us are like, please don't leave, like I don't want to be alone right now, also is a viable option. So I'm excited to see everyone's initial thing. That first time we get down, we don't have to do anything. Who's going to go be like, I need time to process? And who's going to be like, hey, let's drink? Or so I don't know what it's going to be, but
I mean, you know who it's gonna be.
Well, but you never know. You might need to go process. You know, we don't know.
I feel like it's gonna be Syndare who needs to go and process, because I feel like he's the one who like voluntarily separates himself from the group a lot.
But he's also fighting with himself.
The Syndare that left Dorne is not the same Syndare that's coming back to Dorne, and it's only been a very short time. Like 3 days.
Will Shadow even recognize him?
I know he's gonna be like, "Who are you, boy?"
My cat is like playing with my green screen. He like really wants to get under there.
Oh, I love it.
What are you doing?
So obviously next episode we are going to be probably starting some combat in hopes to save Elamdare, who's getting attacked by some kind of large creature.
Wait a second. Remember when Syndare said that he would kill Nasea's mom?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Oh no!
it
What if you have to
killed?
protect her from him?
I would kill him.
Yeah. I think.
No problem. Sorry, Syndare. If you're going for my mom.
You can try. I talk to myself. I got so much power.
I got 6 healing potions on me. Let's go.
So there's a group.
7.
Yeah.
We're gonna play a game.
I don't think we divvied them up yet.
Didn't divvy him up yet.
It's kind of like Never Have I Ever, except you have 3 shots. So at the beginning of before on Instagram, I asked questions to the audience based on each of the players. Like, do they like this or do they like that? Without looking on Instagram, we're going to go through each person here. We're going to have you with 3 options pick the percentage of what you think each one ranks on. The person that gets the highest percentage goes first, second goes second, third goes third, and we go through. And the first person that can knock out all three, well, I think 3 will be enough, but all 3 hits from a person, like if you get attacked 3 times, you're out.
Okay.
But each, I think, I got, yeah, like the last one, everyone's going to be out regardless, but we're just going to see who gets out first. Okay, I think that's right. Yeah, you have 3 up. So each round you are going to be taking shots for whoever gets the number correct first. And then we're going to continue to the next person we're going to see. And then go to third person we're going to see. So you can make it at least 2, unless somebody straight up attacks you like 3 times off the cuff. I don't know. Should we hold up 4 fingers? Is that?
Oh, I don't understand.
I feel like I just need to do it, and then we'll figure out if we can add a finger or not.
Lead us through it, and we'll figure it out.
Okay, so I said, how well do you know the cast? First question. Nasea likes this or that. Okay. The options are hot boys and thirst traps. Kate, what do you think the percentage for hot boys to thirst traps is? Higher?
Like, I would say hot boys is higher than the other one.
Okay.
So I have to say a number?
We're going to come back to the numbers. We just want to... Brolin?
Hot boys.
Ashley?
Duh. Hot boys.
Okay.
Hot boys!
Kate, what do you think the percentage is?
100%.
100% hot boys. Okay. Colin?
I bet it's like 67%.
Okay. And Ashley?
But it's 69%.
Sex number.
So it's 78% hot
Okay,
boys.
so
And by Price is Right rules, the person that doesn't go over and is closest, so it's going to be...
69 wins?
It's going to be 69,
Every time.
67,
What?
and then 100.
So do I put one down or no? I
No,
don't.
you get to choose, like, out of these lovely people, who do you want to attack first?
Oh.
Oh, it's an attack game.
Yeah.
I'm going to attack Kate.
Okay. Kate has 3. Okay.
Oh, you came for
Brolin,
me.
you go next.
Oh, no.
Do I get to attack? Is that right?
Yep.
I'll attack Kate.
Oh! Wait, you have 2. You have 2, Kate. Okay. Kate, you get
How
to attack.
dare you?
Kate, you get to attack.
Why do I get to attack?
Because everyone
turn.
attacks each round, but
I'm
we
gonna
just figure
attack
out.
Brolin, my
Okay.
buddy.
Okay, next one.
Turns on me.
Flint likes this or that. Fire versus rules. Ashley, you went highest last.
Yeah. I love the fire.
Okay.
Live for it.
Brolin
Hey,
Fire.
and Kate.
fire.
Okay, Ashley, what's your percent to fire?
84%.
84. Okay. Colin,
90%.
90. Ooh.
That's probably
Kate.
too high.
92.
92. Okay. The correct percentage is 89%.
Oh.
So, by the rules, it's going to be the same order again because. So, Ashley, who do you want to hit first?
Hey.
Oh no! Colin?
You wish.
Oh, man. I don't want to end the game, so I'll say Ashley.
Okay. Kate?
Hey, this is like the reverse of what happened with the laughing game.
Mm-hmm.
And I made everybody laugh. I'm so funny.
I feel like I should be in this too, but it's too late. So, who are you attacking, Kate?
Ashley,
Nice.
you back.
Oh, the tables have turned. Next one. Brolin likes
How the turntables.
the options are wheels and elf magic.
Oh.
Wheels.
Okay. Wheels. Okay. Unanimous wheels.
Wheels.
Okay.
Wheels.
Ashley,
Love
how much percentage?
Oh, me first?
Yeah, because it's
Fudge.
still same order as last.
What are you playing? He's playing with my D20.
I'm gonna say it's a little obscure. So 62%.
Okay. Brolin.
I'm gonna go 92%.
Okay. Kate.
75%.
The correct answer is 100% wheels. So it's Brolin, Kate,
They know me.
Ashley? Did
They
I get it
know.
right?
Yeah.
Brolin, or Colin, who
No,
are you attacking
He's
first?
carrying it in his mouth.
Oh no!
All right, Kate.
Save
Sorry,
the
Kate.
cat!
What in the world? Can you see him? He's got it right there in his little paws.
Oh,
What
my
is it?
goodness.
It's a D20.
Play with it!
Oh,
It's a D20. My cat is a fucking D&D freak like me.
He's a DM in training. Yes, Colin, you get to go first.
Yeah. Kate. Sorry.
Oh, if you get Kate out. Okay. Ashley, who are you
Alas.
attacking?
Colin.
Okay.
Yeah, that was really stupid of me. Actually, really,
Mhm.
that was a bad thing to do. Oh well.
Kate, from the grave, who you're
Oh,
attacking?
From the grave.
He should
Cradle
get
to
go
the
before me.
grave.
Colin.
Okay.
Ooh.
Look at that. So basically, whoever wins this last one, right?
Mhm.
Syndare. Whoever wins the Syndare percentage wins.
So, I asked Syndare this or that. Which one does he like, Angel or Flint's necklace? And underneath, I put wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only. Son of a.
I don't know though.
So this
That's
one's
a-
all over
that's
the
a
place.
trick.
Yeah, I think this one probably is all over the place. Okay. Who gets? She gets. No. You can go first. What do you think?
No, you gotta go first.
Oh, I got it first. Okay. Just by guessing. By guessing, not
Yep,
number.
you gotta
right?
choose either Flint's necklace or
Do
Angel.
you see? Do you see this? Are you
I'm gonna
seeing-
say Angel.
Okay. And Ashley,
gonna
which one
say
are you gonna pick?
Flint's necklace. I think they
Okay.
know. Hi.
So, what do you think the percentage for Angel is,
Hi, baby.
Brolin?
53.
Okay. Ashley?
69.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
So this one's weird. The correct answer is Flint's necklace because I
He
asked
doesn't like
Jacob,
it.
and that was the options he gave me. It was like himself or Flint's necklace. So I was like, I'll go the more positive route. But Flint's necklace is 56%, and Angel is 44%. So, Ashley, I think you go first because
Oh shit! You're gonna shoot it.
Colin.
I love
Nice.
that.
Nice.
The death was a good one too.
But thank you everybody for being here for our first Fate After Dark. We will try to do this again after the next 10 episodes so we can catch everybody up on what happened between episodes 11 through 20. Brolin's gonna say something. Colin's gonna say
Yeah, I didn't have a chance because my internet sucked, but forgot to point out, Flint insulted my cooking twice. We didn't even talk about that. We didn't even talk about the whole Flint insulting Brolin's cooking.
What is that based off of? I think we talked
Uh,
about it a little. She's doing it just because,
one-
like.
Once was to the Guardian for sure, when you're talking with the Guardian, and I
but
remember
you didn't-
asking
Did you know that
specifically-
she was talking to the Guardian
Yes.
about it? Okay.
Yes, I asked specifically, and you said she said she was talking out loud. That's
Yeah.
when I took the note. Yep.
Yeah.
The other time, I think it was to Syndare. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. It's
Don't
gonna
worry.
be happening.
This is
So
gonna be a
Brolin knows
theme.
at least one time she's talked trash about his cooking.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
But then you were involved in the cooking process. You didn't say anything. You just seemed involved this last time.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
asked questions She's trying, because Syndare, after that conversation, was
I
like,
remember.
maybe you should be nicer about it. And I was like, yeah, maybe.
That was the most glass lit response Syndare could have given. Yeah, maybe you should be nicer to and then you're like, maybe you should be nicer to Nisea. And then you didn't even think maybe you should be nicer to me and not attack me while I'm asleep. Like, I feel like
That's a
y'all
big
go through so
no-no.
much.
Got a lot of stuff to work through.
So players out there that play D&D, consent's still a thing when you're a player. Like, most characters don't like non-consent situations. So maybe think of that when you're playing Dungeons and Dragons.
How you play the game, you say, is a lot about
A person
How you
that's
live your
incapacitated
life.
and or unconscious cannot give consent. That's just from from the DM's mouth.
Brain is logic.
No, he was the way he described it later was like, I was trying to help, and I know that you wouldn't let me help you.
So
That's just the rules. No! You can wake me up for that shit. I'd be mad, but you can wake me up.
We all love Jacob. We love Syndare.
Yeah, we love Jacob.
We do love him.
I
So
mean,
we
Jacob
shit on him a lot.
I still love you all.
Oh, good.
if you
I'm so
haven't
happy to hear that.
done exclamation critical in the chat yet, like, we're giving out dice. Do you want some dice? We're giving it to you, like, dice. Just throw
You know,
'em out.
I'm gonna do it. I'll get another. Did I get my other pair? Was that shipped to me?
Maybe. I feel like
I'm just
possibly.
gonna do it. Why
So
not?
we're gonna roll and we're gonna see
Give me more dice.
what's gonna happen.
I am.
Are you kidding me? She just put it in! Oh my gosh. Rigged. That's the first thing I always say to these things where it's like,
I got
they
two
just
more
shut
sets of
up.
dice coming to me. I don't
Oh
even
my
know when I'm gonna
gosh.
get them, but
So as we rigged, I was waiting for it.
oh
'cause-
lord, oh
Um,
lord.
So as we
Naughty.
get ready to raid, be sure to check us out next Saturday. As we go into episode 11 and
I'm gonna be giving
hopefully
Syndare talking
rebuild
to.
some of the stuff that got destroyed. Jacob. We're gonna rebuild some of the trust that got destroyed again. You know, party dynamics, fighting. That usually builds trust, hopefully.
I mean, we're starting below where we were.
Yeah, it's
there was like a
y'all get
blind
somewhere.
trust
I told you, your
before.
foundation's shit. You gotta work
Yeah.
on the foundation. I'm just putting that out as a DM
If
perspective.
you don't got a foundation, your castle's gonna sink in the swamp
Oh my gosh, it's so true though.
at least 4 times.
We are going to raid Blackwater D&D. That's why they're not here. It's because they're roleplay.
The doy.
But if you have subscriptions to Fable 42, be sure to put up that
Yes.
raid 42 in the chat, not this chat, their chat when we go there. And we will see you all next time. So catch you later. Wait, I gotta actually type Blackwater D&D before I'm like, we'll see you later, and I'm just gonna have us on the whole screen for like 12 hours. But yeah, catch you next time. Okay, bye-byes.
Bye-bye.
So long, everyone.
I feel like I should hold it here just a little bit too long, just a little bit too extra.
Okay.
Because I want so many clips of Mustache Kate that I need it in my life. But okay, bye.